a city that is constantly changing and developing. Seoul that is moving toward a new city for the future. Smart residential space where everyone is happy. This is a story about an innovative smart corporation for, with, by citizen. In the limited space of a city, people want to enrich their daily lives. Space welfare goes beyond the simple concept of housing and considers various living spaces. We have opened facilities and services that are necessary for all generations and classes into new spaces, customized to each region. We enrich the quality of our citizens' lives, making them more enjoyable by providing community-based facilities and various living service facilities, as well as customized residential spaces. Cheongsinho, smart housing. Young people and newlyweds in Seoul need more comfortable and stable living spaces with less financial burden. To this end, Seoul Housing and Communities City Corporation has turned on the green light to solve the housing problem. Cheongsinho features customized public rental housing for young people and newlyweds. For young people, we provide smarter and more affordable housing so that they can build a social foundation. For newlyweds, we provide specialized residential spaces and urban community services so that they can raise their children without worry. Smart City. The time is coming when humans and cutting-edge technology will coexist. Seoul is creating a smart city based on information and communication infrastructure, such as an urban integrated operations center and ubiquitous. Renewable energy such as solar power, geothermal, and heating will make living in Seoul smarter and more convenient. Photocatalytic exterior paint, green walls, fine dust blocking forests, fine dust reduction forests, and cooling fog, among other things, will reduce fine dust and present a new model which will lead to a healthier city. Compact City. If there are more convenient living spaces near the city center, how will our citizens' lives be different? Compact City provides housing by utilizing underused spaces such as roads, garages, reservoirs, water recycling centers, and parking lots in new ways. This means that more citizens will be able to reside near their workplaces and that it will be possible to pursue sustainable development without damaging green areas. Seoul has developed rapidly over the past few decades. In order to solve the housing shortage in Seoul, we have created new housing sites and provided affordable and comfortable housing for the ordinary people. Encouraging a more balanced development in Seoul through large-scale development projects, we have spent more than 30 years working with Seoul citizens as a professional public corporation that has guided housing welfare and urban regeneration. Now, we are entering a new 30-year era as a smart corporation for, with, by citizen, while realizing space welfare that creates social value beyond the concept of housing welfare. Seoul, where the citizens are the owner. Seoul, where the citizens are the shareholders. We will continue to innovate in the face of new challenges for the happiness of our citizens. Seoul Housing and Communities Corporation, a smart corporation that opens the future of Seoul together with its citizens.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Master of Ceremony for today's Public Housing Forum International, Aryang Kim. I would like to welcome all of you to the 5th Public Housing Forum International. Public Housing Forum was first held in 2016 under the title of Asia Public Housing Forum in Korea. And this year marks the 5th forum here in Korea. This time round, we changed the name of the forum to International Public Housing Forum, and it allows us to include more countries, making the forum all the more meaningful. The theme of this forum is changing environment and changing social housing. We are experiencing immense changes in the housing environment, including rapid rise in the urban housing prices, emergence of new urban problems, COVID-19, and climate change. Against this backdrop, this forum has been organized to introduce the different responses by countries and cities to exchange opinions so that we can explore solutions for the future. We have 3 sessions as part of the forum, and we will be discussing the current status of public rental housing and housing services in different countries. Presentations will not be streamed today, but pre-recorded presentations are available on YouTube for you to watch anytime. You can watch the pre-recorded presentation videos on Cheongsinho TV as well as SH Housing Welfare channel on YouTube. From now on, we will begin the 5th Public Housing Forum International. Before we begin the first session, we will have a welcoming remark by President Kim Se-young of Seoul Housing and Communities Corporation. In order to prevent any further spread of COVID-19, all congratulatory and welcoming remarks have been pre-recorded. And now we will have the welcoming remark by President Kim Se-young.
안녕하십니까. 서울주택도시공사 김세용 사장입니다. 먼저 바쁘신 일정 중에서도 오늘 행사를 축하하기 위해서 축사를 보내주신 김희걸 위원장님, 김성보 본부장님, 또 멀리서 해외에서 온라인으로 참석해 주신 많은 분들께 감사 인사를 드립니다. 공공주택 포럼에 꾸준히 그동안 참여해 주셨던 타이페이시, 파리시, 울란바토르시, 그 다음에 베트남, 말레이시아 여기서 오신 분들께도 심심한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 이번에 새롭게 참여해 주신 비인주택공사, 영국 클레리온 주택조합, 아울러서 오클랜드 공과대학, 덴마크 코펜하겐시, 그리고 주한 덴마크 대사관, 그다음 EU의 EFL 여러분들께도 환영과 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 또한 우리나라의 대표적인 공공임대주택 전문기관인 SH와 LH 두 공사에서 함께 참여해 주셔서 대단히 감사를 드리고요. 이번에 개최되는 공공주택 포럼이 벌써 5번째입니다. 저도 그동안에 울란바토르와 타이페이를 오가면서 여러 가지 전문가들을 만나보고 회의를 많이 했는데 또 이제 그분들이 고민하시는 거, 저희가 고민하는 것도 많은 공유를 했고 저희 공사의 공공임대주택 발전에도 많은 기여를 했다고 생각을 합니다. 공공임대주택의 건설, 관리, 입주 서비스에 대한 서로 간의 경험을 교류하고 모델을 새로 만드는 게 대단히 의미 있는 일이라고 생각을 하고요. 앞으로도 이제 이런 공공주택 포럼이라는 이름으로 행사가 확대되면서 국가와 도시, 기관들 간의 경험이 공유되기를 기대합니다. 이번 포럼의 주제가 변화입니다. 변화하는 환경, 변화하는 공공주택, 특히 이제 포스트 코로나 이후에 도시와 공공임대주택에도 많은 변화가 예상되는 만큼 이번에 참 생산적인 발제와 토론이 이루어지길 기대하고 있습니다. 도시 인구가 집중되고 1, 2인 가구가 늘어나면서 저희 SH공사에서도 그동안 여러 가지 새로운 모델을 마련을 했습니다. 특히 1인 가구인 청신호라든가 그 다음에 컴팩시티라든가 이런 모델을 꾸준히 정착을 시키고 있고 이러한 모델들이 또 같이 공유되기를 희망하고 있습니다. 따라서 이제 이번에 포럼에서 앞으로 이제 저희가 목표로 하고 있는 2030년까지 전체 가구의 5분의 1을 임대주택으로 하려는 것과 함께 새로운 모델, 그리고 특히 포스트 코로나의 모델을 잘 잡아내기를 기대하고 있습니다. 이를 위해서 아까 말씀드린 컴팩시티라든가 그다음 청신호라든가 또 최근에 이제 발표한 지분 적립형 주택이라든가 여러 가지가 있을 수 있겠는데 혹시 이제 코로나가 잘 물러나고 다시 이제 포럼이 서울에서 개최된다면 그때는 보다 더 업그레이드된 모델을 소개할 수 있을 걸로 기대합니다. 공공임대주택의 양적 문제와 함께 질적 문제도 중요한데 우리 사회 일반도에 대한 인식도 긍정적으로 변화시킬 수 있도록 저희도 애를 쓰겠습니다. 앞으로 주거를 둘러싼 환경이 굉장히 급변하고 있고 이러할 때 이런 공공주택 포럼이 많은 역할을 할 걸로 생각을 합니다. 다시 한번 이 5번째 국제공공주택 포럼을 진심으로 축하드리고 이번에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 건강히 함께하기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you for your warm welcoming remark. Now, we have a congratulatory remark by Chairman Kim Hee-geol of Urban Planning and Management Committee, Seoul Metropolitan Council.
반갑습니다. 서울시의회 도시계획관리위원장 김희걸입니다. 올해로 제5회째 개최를 맡게 되는 국제 공공주택 포럼의 개최를 축하합니다. 최근 전월세 시장 불안정으로 공공주택의 기능과 역할 정립이 그 어느 때보다도 중요한 시기에 오늘 행사를 개최해 주신 김세용 서울주택도시공사 사장님께 감사의 말씀을 드리며 행사 준비를 위해 애쓰신 관계직원 여러분께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이번 포럼은 과거 아시아 공공주택 포럼에서 국제 공공주택 포럼으로 논의의 범위가 확장되며 다양한 국가와 기관이 참여하는 글로벌 행사로 거듭나게 되었습니다. 이번 행사에 참여해 주신 몽골, 대만, 베트남, 프랑스, 말레이시아, 영국, 오스트리아, 뉴질랜드, 덴마크, EPL, 유럽 주거연합의 대표분들께 감사의 말씀을 전하며 전 세계와 함께 서울의 주거 문제를 공유하고 해결 방안을 함께 마련하게 되어 기쁜 마음입니다. 오늘날 주거 문제는 전 세계 여러 국가에서 당면하고 있는 중요한 문제입니다. 서울의 경우 높은 주거비와 주택건설 용지의 부족 문제, 인구의 고령화 및 생산 기능의 감소, 1인 가구의 증가 등 다양한 문제가 심화되고 있는 상태이며 이에 대응하고자 서울시는 공공임대주택 및 민간 자본을 활용한 공적 임대주택의 양적 확충과 함께 저소득 가구의 주거비를 보조하는 사업 등을 시행하고 있습니다. 국가마다 그리고 도시마다 주거 문제의 원인은 조금씩 다르겠지만 공통적인 고민은 공공임대주택을 어떻게 많이 공급할 것인가, 한정된 재원을 누구에게 우선적으로 사용해야 할 것인가 하는 일인 것입니다. 그리고 이러한 고민 속에서 우리는 공공임대주택을 통한 저소득 계층의 주거 안정과 주택시장의 안정화를 모색하기 위해 오늘 이 자리에 모이게 되었습니다. 인간에게 필요한 3대 요소인 의식주 등 주거 문제는 인간의 존엄성과 생명보호에 관한 것으로 인간의 기초적인 권리에 해당되는 사항이며 우리는 이것을 주거권이라고 부르고 있습니다. 서울시의회는 우리나라 최초로 주거복지 기본제를 제정하여 서울 시민의 주거권 보장을 위해 노력해왔으며 정부보다 한 발 먼저 주거비 보조 사업을 시행하였고 주거복지 상담 서비스를 제공해 왔습니다. 우리 시의회는 오늘 이 자리에서 논의되는 국가별 사례와 여러 정책 대안들을 바탕으로 더 나은 정책 대안을 모색하겠습니다. 다시 한번 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you for your words. Last but not least, we have a congratulatory remark by the head of Housing Construction Division at Seoul Metropolitan Government.
안녕하십니까. 서울특별시 주택건축본부장 김성보입니다. 2016년 서울에서 아시아 공공주택 포럼이 처음 개최된 이후로 어느덧 4년이 흘렀습니다. 올해로 5번째를 맞이하는 국제 공공주택 포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 아울러 뜻깊은 자리를 마련해 주신 김세용 서울주택도시공사 사장님과 관계자 여러분께도 감사 인사를 드립니다. 최근 불안한 부동산 시장 상황에 많은 분들이 걱정을 하고 계십니다. 시민 누구나 마음 편하게 안정적인 주거 환경에서 생활할 수 있어야 한다는 점에서 공공주택의 역할과 나아갈 방향에 대해 다시금 고민하게 됩니다. 그간 서울시는 공적임대주택 24만 호 공급 계획을 통해 지속적으로 공공임대주택을 확대 공급해 왔습니다. 22년에는 서울시 전체 주택 재고의 공공주택이 차지하는 비율이 OECD 평균인 8%를 상회하는 10% 이상을 달성할 수 있을 것으로 예상하고 있습니다. 또한 서울시는 공공임대주택의 질적 재고를 위해서도 노력해 왔습니다. 시민들의 다양한 요구를 반영하여 공공주택이 주민의 삶의 질을 높이고 도시의 입체적인 발전까지 이끌어낼 수 있도록 다양한 방안을 강구해 왔습니다. 이를 위해 우리 시는 주민 편의 및 미래 혁신 인프라를 함께 조성하고 도시명 공공주택 확대로 직주 근접을 실현하는 등 주택 공급 5대 혁신 방안을 바탕으로 새로운 공공주택의 모델을 만들고 이를 실현하기 위해 노력하고 있습니다. 도로 위를 활용한 북부 간선도로 컴팩트 시티 사업, 차고지를 활용한 장지 강일 컴팩트 시티 사업 등이 대표적인 사례입니다. 이제는 공공주택이 시민들에게 주택을 공급하는 것 이상의 또 다른 역할을 다시 생각해 봐야 할 때라고 생각합니다. 코로나는 경제, 사회 전반에 큰 전환을 예고하고 있으며 시민의 삶 또한 많은 변화가 있을 것입니다. 재택근무의 확산이나 비대면 경제의 활성화 등은 도시 공간의 재편과 주거 환경의 변화로 이루어질 것이고 우리는 이러한 환경 변화를 예측하고 대응해야 할 것입니다. 이번 공공주택 포럼에서 우리가 추진하는 공공주택의 역할에 대해서 논의하고 바람직한 방향을 이끌어낼 수 있을 것으로 기대합니다. 변화하는 환경, 변화하는 공공주택이라는 이번 공공주택 포럼의 주제는 코로나 확산으로 인한 시민 삶의 변화, 기후변화 등에 대응하는 공공주택의 역할 등 지금 이 시기에 우리가 가장 고민해야 될 사항들이 담겨져 있습니다. 다시 한번 국제 공공주택 포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드리며 오늘 이 자리가 서울시의 공공주택이 나아가야 할 방향을 제시해 줄 수 있는 의미 있는 시간이 되시길 응원드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you for your remark. And I would like to thank all the speakers for sending the congratulatory messages despite their busy schedule. Now we will begin the first session of the 5th Public Housing Forum International. During the first session, we will have discussions under the theme of various social and public housing supply models. We have speakers from Mongolia, Taiwan, France, and Korea who will speak on the theme of session 1, and we also are joined by a discussant from Austria. As I have announced earlier, the presentations will not be streamed during today's forum, and the forum will focus on the discussion. The pre-recorded presentations are available on the YouTube channel Cheongsinho TV and SH Housing Welfare channel. Now, I would like to ask Head of Urban Research Institute of SHCC, Chun Hyun-suk, to moderate the session as the chair.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to moderate this first session on this International Forum on Public Housing. So the first session, we are going to hear from the 4 countries' cases. So the first case will be delivered by Mr. Chil-Moon from the SH regarding the Korean case. And the second case was delivered by the Stéphane Dauphin from the Paris Habitat. And then the third speaker is the Mr. Sukhbaatar Borkhuu, the Vice Mayor of the Ulaanbaatar Municipal Government. And he's going to show us the examples of the public housing in Mongolia. And also from Taipei City Government, Mr. Yu-do will give us presentations on Taipei's cases. And the discussant, the French Schmidt from Austria, will serve as a panelist for this session. All the presentation materials are already uploaded, and therefore I'm sure that all the participants already watched the video. So we hope that we can spend more time on discussion to have more in-depth and meaningful discussions on various topics. So assuming that you watched the video already, but we'd like to also hear from some speakers regarding their presentations. So we'd like to give 5 minutes to each speaker to briefly introduce their presentation. And then we'd like to turn over the microphone to Mr. French Schmidt And he will give us some questions and also the comments to the presenters for this session. So after that, we will have about 20-minute Q&A sessions. And after the panel discussion is over, then I also prepared some questions, the common questions to all four speakers. So I'll moderate the session as well. Now we would like to hear from Mr. Chil-Moon from SH, and he's going to give a short introduction or presentation on Korea's cases.
Hello, I am Chil-Moon of SHCC in charge of compact city development. I'm very happy to be part of this meaningful forum to introduce some of our projects to you. It's an honor for me as well. I would like to briefly summarize my presentation for about 5 minutes. Compact City project is about supplying public housings to the market. Currently, we are faced with certain challenges and limitations in the housing environment, and that is why we plan these projects. Land resources are quite limited, and they are running out. Second, in terms of the demographic structure, we have an increase in single person and two-person households, which means that the total number of households has increased, and so we will need to increase the total supply of housings. Those are some of the challenges that we face today. So to summarize, we have a shortage of land to build houses. And meanwhile, we have an increase in the number of households because we have more single-person households, more married couples, small families, which means we need to actually increase the total supply of housings. And so we are trying to utilize public facilities and the land where we have public facilities at the moment to secure plots of land for housing. And some of the potential sites we can leverage are roads and public bus garages and aged public government buildings, as well as public parking lots. Most of these sites are located in dense and crowded areas with high population density while they are being underused. And therefore, these sites can be multidimensionalized and turned into complexes so that we can build houses on the sites. And also we can provide life SOCs, which are basically amenities for people living in this area, so that we can increase and promote the living standard and environment of the local community. Currently, we have 5 pilot projects for compact city development. And I have introduced them briefly in my presentation. This project utilizes Borkhuu Expressway and the site on which this expressway is located so that we can build public houses as well as living SOC to the residents. So that's one project. And also, there are the public bus garages scattered all around the city of Seoul. Out of 31, we have identified 2 underused bus garages to use as pilot projects, and they are Changji Bus Garage and Gangil Bus Garage. So these are the 2 pilot projects using bus garages. And third, we have a pilot project using rainwater pump or transportation island in Yeonhee-dong district and Cheongsan-dong district. So these are smaller in scale, but anyhow, these are the two pilot projects that we are using. So we have 5 projects utilizing an expressway, public bus garages, and rainwater pumps. We have not actually named them Compact City yet, but we also hope to utilize aged public government buildings in Korea so that we can utilize the surplus floor area ratio and sometimes enhance the floor area ratio in order to build houses. We have these pilot projects under the title of Compact City Development, and it's differentiated from our existing way of developing large residential sites because we can develop underused public facilities as well as the green areas in the city in order to increase the efficiency of land use so that we can supply public housings as well as resident welfare services, and also to provide self-reliance facilities to promote the local community and its economy. So that's why we titled this project Compact City. We have 5 pilot cities at the moment that we're developing as Compact Cities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for introducing the examples in Korea. If you think about Seoul, we have a severe shortage of sites that we can develop as housing districts. So you can multidimensionalize Pukbu Expressway, or you can use rainwater pumps, and you can use different ways to supply more sites for public housings. And the core is to leverage underused sites. And also we are using this project in order to create jobs and provide living infrastructure.
Now, as for the second speaker, from Paris Habitat, we would like to hear from the Stéphane Dauphin. So please summarize your presentation for 5 minutes.
Hi everyone. I hope that you can hear me. So I'm not Stéphane Dauphin. Unfortunately, Stéphane Dauphin, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Paris Habitat, is not available this morning because it's nearly 5 o'clock in Paris, EM. My name is Bertrand Brett, and I am at the head of the International Affairs Department. First of all, I would like to, of course, send our warmest greetings to Seoul Housing for having organized so well this so important and fantastic international forum about social housing, and more particularly public social housing. We are a public social housing company linked to the City Hall of Paris, like Seoul Housing, compared to city local government of Seoul. The French model of social housing is a very old one because it has been adopted by the French Parliament at the end of the 19th century. And the main idea was absolutely not to dedicate social housing for the poorest or for the homeless, but it was done to provide a cheap and good quality of flat on home for workers. And that's the reason why in France, the French system model is always found and put forward this idea of social mix. To host homeless or vulnerable group, we have dedicated charity association, religious association, could be as well, private or public association. And it's not our job to host homeless or rough sleeper. Our job is to provide in a social mixed way an affordable, cheap flat for all the people who cannot access to the private market, because sometimes this private market is very expensive. even for the middle class. So now more or less than 18% of the French inhabitants of the French population are living in social housing, and there are three main categories of social housing in France. One dedicated to low income, another one dedicated for the middle income, and a third one for the middle class. It means that according to the yearly incomes, you can get a social flat which rental cost is between 5 euros per square meters per month. It means around $7 up to $15 per square meter per month. And aside the three main categories, always with this idea of social mix, we can also provide what it is called intermediate flat. And here, the level of the cost is around between 16 to 20 American dollars per square meter per month. So what we have to know also, and it is always this idea of social mix, that in France, each city must have 25% of social housing, social and affordable housing by 2025. And the second point, it is that according to the French law, the mayor of the cities, they can get compulsory to the private developers who want to build a new building in their cities that 30% of the area, 30% of the floor is dedicated to host social housing. If they don't want to accept this rule of 30%, they have not the license to build. A few words about Paris Habitat. Paris Habitat is exactly like Seoul Housing or so many other public social housing companies linked to the City Hall of Paris. We manage 125,000 social flats, 90% located within the city. We are the largest main social housing actor in Paris, and we have a turnover around 1 billion euro per year. Three main points to be developed. The first one is that we are an actor of the ecological transition, because as you maybe know, exactly like the mayor of Seoul, the mayor of Paris, Mrs. Anne Hidalgo, is deeply involved in to fight the effect of the climate change. And a part of our responsibility is to participate to the Paris policy to become a neutral carbon city by 2050, and to get 100% renewable energy by 2050. The second point that we work in is to improve the quality of the services we provide to our tenants. We are not only a builder, we are also an urban planner, but we also build public equipment, schools, gymnasium, library, and so on. And we have to develop a care policy for our tenants. Last point, and I conclude with that, it's the fact that we manage more than 4,000 shops and public amenities. That it means that of building with two functions, a function of living, but also a function of social activities, cultural activities, commercial and business activities at the ground floor. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. For the Paris example, the presenter was Bertrus. Out of all the other countries that participated during today's forum, France has the longest history in supplying public houses, and therefore France seems to have a very developed model for supplying public housings, which we can learn from.
And also, I was very impressed that all cities in France by 2025 to 25% of the total housing will be transformed into public housing. So I was very impressed about that ambitious goal. And later during the discussion session, I'd like to hear more about the progresses for this goal. And also, not just to secure public housings, the Paris city is also at the forefront of achieving ecological transition and also improving the quality of services provided for residents, and also the various social welfare services as well as the cultural services. And now we will move on to the third presentation.
We have a presenter from Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, Sukhbaatar Borkhuu, who will present on the Mongolia's case. We will move on to the Taiwan's presentation first.
好，线上的各位朋友，大家好，很荣幸能够参加这次公共住宅的论坛。
Great to join this forum. It's my honor to join this forum.
好，那在台北市的社会住宅的提供的计划里面，那目前我们是朝向多元的方式来兴建。
In Taipei City, we focus on the diversified object to build the social housing.
在多元的提供方面，因为台北市的住宅相当的高价，那年轻人朋友们及弱势朋友们大概负担不起，所以我们希望能够在这个出租市场上面，政府能够提供一份力量。
In the diversity aspect, since the Taipei housing pricing is very high, that's most young people and vulnerable people cannot afford it. In this way, Taipei City try to contribute our effort in this aspect.
所以我们现在已经启动了将近61个社会住宅的新建计划。那我们也会在陆陆续续的时间当中来完成。那主要的目标是希望能够提供民众可负担的住宅让这个民众能够租在台北市那当然在社会住宅的新建过程当中，我们也提供了一个新面貌的社会住宅。
We will initiate up to 61 projects, pilot projects, in the goal of providing social housing that our citizens is affordable for our citizens in the rent, and we will gradually accomplish all of these projects.
在这些新的建案里的住宅新建计划里面，我们把一些低楼层的部分来做公益性的服务的提供。那在整个过程当中，我们也提供了相当多的智慧服务的设施，让整个社会住宅能够智慧化。那在屋顶的部分，我们也提供这个市民农园。 那地下停车场的部分，我们也提供给社区周边的社区来使用。
Well, in this new project, we provide our low floors to our citizens to use them
公益设施
for the 怎么讲公益设施？
，social service。
public facility. We provide the low floors area as the public facilities and the AI facilities for our citizens. And for the roofing, we use it for citizens for the roof gardens and 什么？
那个自费公益性的是活动设施、公共空间。
Yeah, for the public beneficiaries spacing for all the citizens.
在这些新面貌的社会住宅当中，我们除了提供这些服务给新的这个周边居民一个新的观感之外，我们当然也希望入住者能够更有活力，所以我们也推动了青年创新计划，让青年人能够提案做社区的服务，那让这个服务能够在这个社区把相关的居民的这个居住意识能够提升，然后让这个社区更有活力。
Yeah, we try to have all people's living in our social housing be more vital in their life, with many innovative issues to bring up more innovative issues and make their life more livable, more what?
那以上是我们简单的做一些说明那也希望待会在讨论的时候我们再一起做分享。
Okay, our briefing is as above, and we hope to distribute. We hope to have your opinions when you are in the discussion time.
另外，网络上提供的影片，也希望网络上的朋友能够再继续去观赏。
We hope all of you can have time to watch our video in our network, in the internet. Right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much for that presentation. And in your video, the Taipei, the home ownership rate amounts to 48%. I think this is one of the highest in cities across the world. But housing prices are also very high, and also the rental prices are very high. And therefore, it's very difficult for young people to secure housings. That was what the CU Lo talked about in his video. And also because of the low birth rate, a lot of schools are abandoned, and so using abandoned school spaces, they establish public housings, or using the old housing facilities. Again, they renovate them and use them as public housings. Now we will move on to the Mongolian presenter.
The Mongolian speaker was unable to join us at this moment because he has to attend some urgent matter. He will probably come back a little later. Now let me introduce our discussant from Austria, Franz Schumnich. He prepared a list of questions for the presentations in advance. And they have been, the list of questions has been delivered to our presenters. So Franz Schmitz also included some examples of housing models in Vienna as well. And I would like to ask all the presenters the questions posed by Franz Schmitz. Now, Mr. Schmitz, it's your turn to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Franz Schmitz from architecture company BKK3. We are very well known for social housing projects in Europe, especially Austria and Germany. And I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this great event held by SH. I think it's a very good idea not to postpone this symposium, but to hold it online. Despite all restrictions that we are facing now, we can meet, exchange information, and discuss the urgent issues of better housing. So we should not waste any more time. In the YouTube videos, we saw so many different positions as each country responds to the challenges ahead. However, one thing unites all, that is the effort to give humans a basic right to affordable, dignifying living. So, but let's go into detail. And I would like to first to talk about the contribution from Korea, because the Korean contribution addresses an important issues in the development of affordable housing. It's this big question: where do you get a cheap plot of land? And many cities worldwide are more or less finished, and they have a space problem. So the interest of the housing industry continues to drive prices steeply upwards. So every smallest plot of land will be occupied in the end. But every city has its open spaces too. It has its gaps, its hidden or forgotten places. So if you search, you will find them, like infrastructure facilities, used train station, other possibilities for development. And many of these facilities are even owned by the municipal government. So to simplify this quick action, and Seoul has shown us how easy it could be. Within only 2 years, housing units for 10,000 people were planned and found in one of the densest cities in the world. And the result of the architecture competition are quite outstanding. As we have seen in the video, you can turn forgotten urban wasteland into truly high quality social housing areas. So I'm particularly impressed by the construction of Yeonhui water pump station by the architects of mass studies. In addition to living, many beautiful common areas are created that are interwoven with each other. So the combination of a roof garden, for example, fitness rooms, libraries, startup center, swimming pool. Also, I saw some communal kitchen. That's more than just the sum of its parts. For me personally, this is a very modern, very intelligent housing, which takes the society forward. I would like to address at this point also one contribution from Vienna on the topic of land acquisition. Vienna has 100 years of social housing and regulated urban planning. So municipal plots are built on, but they will never be sold. So therefore, we have now about 25% of all apartments that are owned by the city, and another 25% are owned by cooperative close to the city. Altogether, it's half of the rent market, a good and fair balance in between private and public ownership. But of course, cheap plots of land are becoming rare also in Vienna. So we have one solution now. For 2 years now, a law has been enforced that precisely regulates lucrative new regulation plans. If a property owner wants to have more usable area from the city government, he must reserve 2/3 of the area for social housing. So the maximum plot price for this is less than $330 per square meter usable area. This is very cheap, because the remaining other third can be sold at the market price of, let's say, $2,000. So there's quite a big difference in between social market price and normal market price. And this law starts at 5,000 square meter for a property. And this is because we like to protect small property. Although this is a hard target, it helps to generate new affordable living space on a permanent basis. Maybe the percentage of the social housing is quite high with 66%, but even New York has a similar program that is little known, but requires 20% affordable housing for tax benefits. It's the 42A1 A program. You maybe know that. Quite the same we know from Boston. So I would like to ask some question to Mr. Choi now. As far as I know, the Compact City program was initiated by the former mayor, Mr. Park Won-soon. And how could, in general, housing policy support the development of affordable housing? What are the important points for that?
Thank you very much. I am Chil-Moon of SH. Compact City project began under former mayor Mr. Park Won-soon, who toured Europe and other countries, and he got this idea, which he wanted to implement in the city of Seoul. And about 2 years ago, at the end of 2018, it was first designated as the policy of Seoul. So as a way to provide affordable public housings, we have this Compact City project. Over the past 1 year or so, we were able to do this very speedily through competitions of the Compact City ideas, and now we're at the stage of getting approvals for the city. During my presentation, as well as my earlier summary of the presentation, I told you that Compact City program is about combating the rapidly rising house prices in Korea to provide affordable houses to Korea. So those are some of the aims of the Compact City program. And until now, we wanted to solve this problem by developing green areas in the outskirts of Seoul to secure large plots of residential sites. However, at the time, Mayor Won-soon Park announced that the green belt has to be preserved for the future generations. That was the grand principle announced by former Mayor Mr. Won-soon Park. So we had to find a way to supply public and social housings without touching or developing the green belt. So against that backdrop, we had to identify underused public facilities in the city so that we can secure plots of land there. However, since these public facilities are because these public facilities are located in the city, we don't need to build any additional infrastructure. So schools, community centers, etc. are already there near the public facilities, which means we don't need to additionally build such amenities or public facilities. So this is linked with the land price of Seoul, which is very high. You can buy the land and turn it into residential sites, but that's too expensive. Therefore, what you can do is to create artificial land by multi-dimensionizing the public facilities. That is more economical than actually purchasing the land and turning into residential sites. To do this, we had some technical and policy challenges to address. First of all, by turning public facilities into complexes, can we achieve a safe and pleasant living environment? That was a concern that we had. most of the public facilities are located by the roadsides, for example, bus garages. And therefore, we had to make sure that there was no vibration or noise issues in the residential buildings. How do we actually build houses so that we can minimize the vibration and noise coming from the bus garages? To find solutions to this problem, 2 years ago, we toured some actual sites in Europe, and we were able to actually see the technologies that were used in Europe to solve these issues, which gave us a sense of confidence. Also, we studied design in order to successfully carry out the projects, and we were able to find some very simple but innovative ideas that have been implemented in the project. Also, we had an exchange of opinions as well as consultation from experts. And also, we consider the construction technologies and their status in Korea, and we concluded that we will be able to overcome the issue of noise or vibration coming from the public facilities. So how do general housing policies support the development of affordable housing? That was the question. The most important pillar of Seoul's housing policy is to provide affordable housings for the vulnerable people. And as part of this effort, we have this compact city development project. It is very difficult for the private sector to carry out a project like this because it's very difficult to secure high enough feasibility. However, this is a municipal project, which means that we can actually invest the budget into the project to make it happen.
You don't have to pay for the land, so you have just have higher costs for the construction, which is maybe a little bit complicated, but at the end you will get a plot of land on a price which is very low. Is this right?
We found that, there are 25 boroughs in Seoul. In each borough, there are discrepancies in terms of the land price as well. Construction cost of artificial land is almost identical across all boroughs. This means that in boroughs with high land prices, you will be able to enjoy more economical benefits by creating artificial land instead of actually purchasing the land. Earlier, I touched briefly upon the cost issue. The average land price in Seoul is very high. And also there are boroughs with below average land price, but they all have the potential and feasibility to create alternative sites. In addition to that, what makes this useful is as follows. By doing this project, we can actually develop the existing public facilities and modernize the existing public facilities. In other words, for example, you can develop public bus garages, which were first built in about 25 years ago from now. At that time, they were established on the bare land. And there were some issues like noise or vibration or high likelihood of traffic accidents nearby, as well as light pollution from the cars, which prevented this site from being used for residential houses. However, through Compact City project, we can actually modernize the facility and reduce such factors of pollution or problems. So we can actually not only secure plots of land for residential houses, but also we can regenerate and develop the public facilities.
Which is maybe a little bit difficult. Quite a big part of young people in Korea live in Goshibon houses. The estimation shows us about 1.3 million young people. And Goshibon houses offers cheap rent for, let's say, around $400 for a very small bedroom and a shared sanitary. And the same we have with the house poor people. House poor people defined as a persons who spend a large proportion of their income on home ownership, and with a number of 2.5 million households from Korea Housing Institute. So it seems to be a major failure of the private market to produce such a situation for the profit of investor. Is this the time to react with this social housing program, or what should be done now?
Yesterday, I received your list of questions, and I was quite surprised and quite impressed to know that you had such good knowledge of the housing situation in Korea. You talked about Goshiwon houses as well as the problem of house poor in Korea. So there are households under the pressure of housing costs. There are a lot of young people as well as the vulnerable classes who are under severe housing pressure. If you look at the public housing policy in Korea and Seoul, it's really focused on these vulnerable people. We have a lot of different types of rental houses. We have permanent rental houses, we have national rental houses, and so on. So in each of the administration, we have had different classifications of rental houses. More recently, a compact city project was announced as part of this effort. And this is really focused on providing houses to the youth as well as young married people because they are the most susceptible to the housing pressure. And therefore, the government is providing housing welfare focused on these people through various housing support. So we do invest public budget into the project. And in order to make it feasible, we don't actually receive the full rents from the residents, but rather we set the rent at a level that is affordable to them. For example, we set the rent at about 70% of the market rent or the market level. So any shortcomings in feasibility is covered by the municipal government using the municipal budget. And public corporations for housing, of course, provides support as well. So the housing prices are skyrocketing and the construction cost is also skyrocketing, which means that the private sector has limitations in providing housings at an affordable price. And because it's difficult for the private sector, the public sector is picking up the slack and providing these projects to offer affordable housings to the vulnerable people.
Yes, thank you very much. Very good answer. And I have the feeling that the Happy House program is really the best step that you can take in Korea now. So I would like to go to the next contribution from France, from Bertrand Brett. I'd like to talk a little bit about it. So the presentation was about the social housing, the situation of the social housing, including the Paris policy. We've heard that quite impressive number of 5 million social housing units, which are 18% of the French population. So more than 500 public and private non-profit companies are managing these houses. And Paris Habitat is, of course, the largest public social housing company, which manages 50% of the buildings in Paris. So we have heard that France has 3 different categories of tenants with different rents adapted to their incomes. We heard that you have to pay in Paris an average rent of 27 euro per square meter in the private market, which is very, very high in Europe. And the purchase price is also more than 10,000 euro per square meter. So it's quite expensive and really not affordable for normal working people to pay this kind of rents. On the other side, we have heard that the average rent in social housing is something in between 6 to 13 euro per square meter. So depending on the level of income, and this framework is financed by a multi-level financing system. But the most impressive information that I got is about new private construction developments, because the social housing must account for 30% of the total floor space. And this takes place in all villages in France with more than 1,500 inhabitants. And furthermore, 25% of all apartments must be dedicated to social housing by 2025. And that's really a big stuff. That's really a big change, I think. In Paris, about 23% of social housing is currently social housing, 215,000 units. However, these social units are not equally located and mainly situated in the outer districts. So Paris' main goals are providing now a social mix in the city to prevent social segregation from district. As a new task, Paris has to renew the private areas and remove rundown houses. They also want to improve the quality of service and the cohabitation through an innovative policy of dialogue. So Paris Habitat support tenant projects and organize on-site meetings. This could be a new way of direct dialogue with inhabitants and tenants. So the range of new buildings need to be adapted to the different needs of the residents and tenants, like kindergartens, schools, but also homes for elderly people, nursing homes, students' apartments, and family social housing. So private investors would never do something like that for the society, because their goal is to make big money. And this is also a similar point in Vienna's politics. We have many cooperatives and also municipal buildings. They are including now, for example, kindergartens in their buildings, in their houses, because they can get a better rating for subsidies then, and the city benefits from these social areas. I think that's a fair deal. So I would like to ask Mr. Brett some question now. This impressive number of 25% household should be social housing by 2025. Please, can you explain a little bit better this way, how to achieve this number in the future?
Okay. Hi, friends, and hi, everyone. First of all, thanks a lot for having taken the time to examine the PowerPoint on the presentation of Paris Habitat. It's really a good job from you. As you know, Paris, first of all, is a small city, a very dense city, and a city where everywhere has been built. So the main challenge is how to densify a dense city where there is no land available to build new construction. It's really a great challenge, because according to the French law, we need to get 25% of social housing by 2025, and right now we are at 21%, 2022. So when there is a lack of land, and at the same time when there is also a lot of contest coming from the local association, from the inhabitants, against the fact that you densify, that you want to provide new social housing. This is the effect of the "not in my backyard," well known. You have no more choice that to get a policy that I would like to call "small is beautiful." There are yet two large urban projects of development within the city, but they are the two last ones. Now, to densify and to provide more social housing, we have different tools. One of them, of course, is it's like a hammer. It's a very strong one. In the end of the local authorities, the fact that in the district where there is a lack of social housing, if a private providers want to build, he needs to get 30% of social housing of the area dedicated to the social housing. The second point is the right to buy first, given to the mayor of the city, according to the French law. So it means if you are a private owner of a flat or a private owner of a building and you want to put it in the market to be sold, you need to get the agreement of the local government, of the mayor. And the mayor can say, okay, this flat, I want to buy it first. Or this building, I want to buy it first. It is in the, because we need it for such or such public policy. It could be to extend a school, it could be to destroy the building and to build a public library, a swimming pool, or to provide social housing. And what does the municipality is to buy this flat or to buy these buildings and after to resell it to public, to Paris Habitat for providing social housing. The third point is, of course, to transform former office building in new social housing building. And there is a kind of, how to say, positive effect of the COVID with the fact that now more and more workers works at home, and it means that for the office and business building are less and less occupied by the workers, and they try to sell them in social housing to social housing providers like us to be transformed in social housing flats. Here are the main ways to develop and to produce new social housing to reach the goal of 25%. But once more, this is the end in Paris of the large urban area development. Once more, small is beautiful.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that France is a very centralized state, especially Paris is the head of whole France. So I think it's easier for you to regulate or give a program like this into force. So I think it's a really big goal to achieve this number, and I hope we can see or prove this then by the year 2025.
Thank you. I hope to.
Yeah. Okay. I have another question, which is maybe a little bit related to this. And we have heard that 5,000 new apartments are built every year by Paris Habitat. And I would like to ask you, where are they located? Because if it's such a task to get some new land, where do you get the land from for this 5,000 new apartment? Or is this including into this investors model?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't believe that the figures of 5,000 new social flats per year is a right one. It's maybe the addition of the 3 last years of production, because for the moment, the average level of producing of social housing is around 1,000, 1,200 per year. What it is true, because once more we have no land, available to be built, it means that for instance, we increase the level of some of our buildings. We fill in what we call the hollow teeth. When you have a U like that between two tower blocks, you can fill in at the same level the tower block which is under. So it means that you can add new floors, for instance. And this is also a way to provide social housing. 5,000 is very, very huge. So it's not the right figure. What we have also to consider that we work with private developers, and sometimes private developers, they cannot sell because it's very expensive if they want to sell at the level of the private market, and they prefer to sell it, some of their flats to us, and we transform them in the social housing flats.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for this information. So I would like to ask the moderator now, because I can see that Ulaanbaatar is live now. Should we go on with Taiwan discussions, or should we switch to Ulaanbaatar?
Mongolia. For time.
So I think we have some technical problems with the sound. So in the meanwhile, we could go with our discussion to Taiwan, if you like.
But
Hello, can you hear us? Yes, it's speaking from Ulaanbaatar.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so can we start? Should we go ahead? Hello, hello. This is Ulaanbaatar speaking. Can you hear us? Good afternoon, everybody, to all the participants of the forum. So it is delightful to recall the pleasant memory of participating in the first Asian Public Housing Forum that was organized by the Seoul Housing and Community Corporation in 2016, and it was since recent that the representative of the Ulaanbaatar capital city attended this forum. So I would like to, I'm pleased to highlight that Ulaanbaatar hosted the first Asian Public Housing Forum in 2019. So I'm honored to participate in the fifth Public Housing Forum International, which has been extended from Asian to international. And I would like to congratulate the organizers of the forum, and especially the mayor of Seoul City, and also all the team of the Seoul Housing and Community Corporations for organizing this forum in this uncertain time of global pandemic where we are all struggling to fight and cope with this situation. So I have no doubt that this fifth public housing forum will allow us to exchange numerous important ideas, initiatives, and experiences. Looking forward to meeting you in person when we have fought the global pandemic, when there are vaccines available. So looking forward to have these physical meetings during the next forums.
Can you send it to doctor?
어떤 차 유닛 시스템들이라는 게
Está.所事先提问的部分来做回应第一个问题是问这个可否依照纽约、巴黎、维也纳等以都地法令来开发这个案至少需要提供一定的比例来做社会住宅。那这个部分在台北的部分目前没有要求这个开发案一定要提供一定的比例的社会住宅，但是我们有容积奖励还有都市计划回馈的方式来做提供。那由民间借由都市更新的公益设施奖励或者是都市计划回馈的部分来做这个由民间的业者来提供社会住宅这个方式来办理。
Now we answer the preset questions from the host one by one. There will be 3 questions, and we now reply all of these sequentially. First question is the biggest ratio in social housing is the questions of land, especially if the city is owned by private investors. More than 80% in Taipei. It's a problem to get new land. Would it be possible to introduce models like in New York, Paris, or Vienna to obligate a percentage of social housing units in urban regulation plans? Our response is this. There is no mandatory or compulsory obligation to provide social housing to new urban development projects in Taipei's planning regulation so far. However, we offer some incentives such as floor area reward for private developers who provide social housing in their projects.
那我们接着第二个问题的部分来做回答那以涵这边提问是就社会住宅的新建成本及土地成本的部分。那这个部分在台北市这边自建的社会住宅里面，我们大概目前总经费已经达到了在新建的部分已经达到900多亿那土地取得的部分。那因为中央的部分，法令国有地的部分有部分无偿可以取得，那有部分需要做土地来架构。那当然这部分架构的部分，目前来自公有土地的架构的成本大概是目前有39公顷147亿元左右。
Question 2. What are the cost of construction and the cost of land for social housing? Currently, we have 51 self-constructed social housing with total cost of construction over 90 billion. In terms of the cost of land, according to our Central Government Act, local government can acquire some of the national land without cost. In the future, for the case that need land cost, it should be obtained by central government, and as a local government, we aim to receive cost-free land. As for Taipei city government, we have secured 39.37 acres public land for 14.7 billion.
那接下来第三个问题的部分是有关于名伦社会住宅，那是不是有提供支付门这部分？那这个部分我大概说明一下，名伦社会住宅目前的提供大概380户那它是在捷运站的附近所以交通非常的便利的那因为它有比较大的面积的广场或者是跑道的这种规划设计让顶楼有市民农园，那所以它低楼层的部分公益服务活动空间里面有包括了幼稚园、托婴中心，甚至日间的这个身障作业的设施，那也有一些新创的这些的机构能够也在这个空间里面。那当然我们现在已经开始在做招租那未来当然也希望这个新创团队未来能够做好有完成了招标的以后，就能够纳入这整个名伦社宅的这个目前的整个运作当中。
On question 3, you showed the picture of Minlun social housing community, but on page 13, you say that it is now supplied to the private sector. How should we interpret this? Our reply is Minlun social housing provides about 380 units located near Yuanshan MRT station. It's in the city central area. Minlun Housing has designed large area of open space, runways, and roof garden for the residents. The first and second floors offer the space of kid garden, infant care centers, and co-working space, and etc. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. Because I would like to give you also some brief commentary on your presentation, because your presentation was about the capital Taipei, and the capital has currently 2.6 million inhabitants, and with a high population density of more than 10,000 people per square meter. So what I didn't know before, the rate of home ownership in Taipei is very high, with 84%, and the rental housing rate is below 20%. So people without an own home face a really serious burden to live in Taipei. This makes it difficult for new tenants to find a home. And similar to Seoul, there's a high demand for rental housing, but at the same time, you have a shortage of housing. So furthermore, the high prices and rental costs make housing costs unaffordable, especially for the vulnerable and younger generations. We also have heard in your video that Taipei is going to solve the rental problem by increasing the housing supply through construction and reconstruction. And your main target is to provide housing to citizens with an income in the bottom 50%. This is also very interesting. It's not only for the lower income, it's up to the 50%. So the city wants to enter the rental market now and play a supporting role through providing related services like rental subsidies and rental management services. So they are striving now to provide a wider range of public services like social welfare facilities, activity centers for seniors, and offices for the cleaning crew. So what I also saw that the housing plans and different methods that have been used in the past, right, like redeveloping low-income housing and middle-income housing, that's a very nice idea for me, because it brings back on a certain side the quality of living. And when it comes to choosing a social housing site, you're looking for integrity, location, and accessibility. That are very important points. The site needs to meet a certain size, and it's preferable state-owned, but only residence shuttle is important. Urban aesthetics are also playing a big role. So that's really nice for me to hear from you as an architect that urban aesthetic is a big issue for you. But the most interesting topic for me is the use of public land for this. And I feel it's a real great idea to transform a school land into social housing and also make this urban redevelopment like the Jinhua social housing project or the Chil-Moon market. These are very convincing developments. Both the architecture and the social facility has an outstanding and modern quality. And the probability of moving into one of these projects is only 5%, I've heard. But young people can take a shortcut when they apply with an innovative proposal. With their young vitality, they can carry out public welfare activities, for example, to connect local communities and residents. And I think this is a simple and groundbreaking idea. It costs nothing, and it brings or upholds a better community. This was my impression from your video.
They have different characteristics when it comes to public housings. There are countries with a luxury of public supply, as the just opportunities to area identify that I'm sure the country. We will you. I'd like to thank all the participants who joined us for season 1. There were technical difficulties, but my speakers, all the and you all 20 for Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin session 2 of the 5th Public Housing Forum International. The theme of the second session is Global Perspectives on Resident Service and Housing Welfare. We have speakers from the UK, Austria, New Zealand, and Korea to hear about each country's housing policies and resident services, as well as to exchange questions and answers. We have discussants from Taiwan and European Federation for Living, or EFL. The chair of this session is Director of Housing Welfare at SHCC, Seo Jong-gyun. As announced earlier, pre-recorded presentations are available for you to watch on YouTube, on Cheongsinho TV channel and SH Housing Welfare channel. Now we'll begin session 2. Hello, I am Seo Jong-gyun. I work for SHCC, and I'm honored to be the chair of the second session. During the second session, we will discuss under the theme of global perspectives on resident service and housing welfare. We'll talk about rental housings as well as resident service policies under the theme. We have 4 presenters for session 2. I will ask each one of them to introduce themselves and briefly summarize their presentation. And there's one thing I would like to ask all of you to do. When I call out your name, please tell me where you're from, your name, where you work for, what your area of interest is. And also, could you please briefly summarize your presentation for about 1 minute, please? And that's because there are members of the audience who are joining us via YouTube who have not had time to watch the presentations yet. So all the presentations are available on YouTube, but I'm sure that there are members of the audience who have not had enough time to watch all of the presentations. So I would like all of you to briefly summarize your presentation for about 1 to 2 minutes after you briefly introduce yourself. Our first presenter. Let me introduce our first presenter.
So the first presenter is from the UK, Matthew Parsonage.
Thank you, and good morning here from a dark and cold London in the United Kingdom. Thank you very much, my host, first of all, for inviting me, and hello to everybody. Yeah, my name is Matt Parsonage, and I'm the head of communities at Clarion Futures, which is part of an organisation called Clarion Housing Group, which is based right across England, and we have over 140,000 homes across the United Kingdom. We are a housing association and are primarily here for providing social housing, affordable housing for tenants and residents that need housing. Clarion Futures, which I'm part of, is the community investment or the charitable foundation wing of Clarion Housing Group. And my job primarily is around helping tenants and residents, people that live in our homes, with all the things they might need for life opportunities outside of strictly just housing. So that might be around getting into work, getting new jobs and training, accessing advice around money, or being better digitally online, or somehow making their community a better place to live. That might be getting involved in volunteering locally, being part of a new public realm project, so perhaps improving a green space or a disused brown space, or just accessing other networks locally, trying to basically narrow the gap between people that live in social housing and people that live in private ownership.
Thank you. May I call you Matt? Moving on to our second presenter. We have Christian Schant from Austria, who will present on Austria, especially Vienna. Christian, please. Christian, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Christian. Your mic may be on mute.
Hello, does it work yet? Does it work now? Okay, fine. My name is Christian Schantl. As a member of
Yes, I
Wiener
can hear
Wohnen,
you
the owner
now.
and caretaker. Okay, so once again, I'm a member of Wiener Wohnen, the owner and caretaker of the municipal housing apartments of the city of Vienna. And we are just owner and caretaker. We are not really responsible for the social needs of our tenants, but nevertheless, we try our best to help them in their daily needs. From our point of view, besides economic aspects, for every person living and thus a roof over their heads is an indispensable basic need. So an active housing policy and thus an appropriate housing supply is therefore an economic and social political challenge which must be fulfilled by the welfare state. So the city of Vienna invests a lot of money year by year in affordable housing. And our part is the municipal housing complex, which approximately living in 500,000 people, which is a quarter of the Viennese population.
Thank you. So Vienna is known as one of the cities with the largest number of social housings. Thank you.
Moving on to the third speaker, the Rachel McIntyre from New Zealand. Is my pronunciation correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we would like to hear from the Rachel McIntyre from New Zealand.
Yeah, sorry. You can hear me? Yes? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Firstly, I would like to say thank you to all the other participants for their fantastic presentations, and also to the hosts. I feel very honoured to be invited today. And I'm very impressed and humbled by the important work that everyone is doing. I'm an architect and sustainability lead, and have been working with housing and architecture internationally for many, many years. And more recently, I have been working for the city of Copenhagen in building renewal, working on energy retrofits, mainly with cooperative housing associations and also with a lot of rental properties. I was also working on district-wide solar strategy and renewable energy projects, and we're working on demonstration innovation projects also there. And more recently, I've moved back to New Zealand, where now I'm teaching at the School of Architecture and Future Environments at the Auckland University of Technology. And one of my focuses, which I hope you've seen the presentation or get the chance to see the presentation, one of my focuses is really the housing crisis that we have in New Zealand right now, as we do in a lot of other places globally. But it's really blown up in New Zealand during the COVID pandemic. House prices are really out of control. And also really focused on the idea of trying to diversify the housing ecosystem in New Zealand and bringing in the ideas of Indigenous ways of thinking, the Maori worldview, the Maori being the Indigenous people of New Zealand, and bringing these ideas of thinking about things intergenerationally. So thinking about things long term, and also the idea of collective ownership rather than individual ownership, and all these ideas around co-housing, cooperatives, and the ideas of shared amenities, shared space, and prioritising those over base. So that sums up my presentation very
Thank you very much. So listening to the Rachel McIntyre's presentation, actually, I really wanted to go to New Zealand. You talked about the several cases, and I really wanted to see them in person.
Last but not least, we have
Thanks for
Song-hee
inviting
Chun,
me.
who works with me. Mr. Chun, please. Hello, I am Chun Song-hee. I work with Mr. Seo, who's sitting next to me for SHCC. My job involves housing welfare, we call it. So basically, I'm responsible for providing resident services as well as housing welfare policies. Earlier, Matthew talked about the weather over there, and please understand that I will probably have to speak a lot about the weather as well, because in Korea it's quite cold here as well. And hearing about the UK weather, my heart starts beating with the memories of the UK and the fact that we can meet virtually, albeit not face to face, means a lot to me. And it's a delight for me to join you here for this forum today. I would like to talk a little bit about public rental housing in Seoul. The population is about 10 million, which is quite big, comparable to New York, Paris, London, or other major metropolitan cities in terms of population. And our rental housings amount to about 300,000. This is also includes rental houses in the form of jeonse, which is lump sum deposit contract-based rental housing. And the penetration rate is about 80% of all housings. And of those, SHCC has about 200,000 units, which is about 5.5% of all housings. We built those houses and we manage those houses. I believe that sums up the current status of Seoul when it comes to housing market. My pre-recorded presentation has been uploaded as well, where I made 3 main points. Number 1, I talked about the emergency temporary housing and also housing counseling as well as supportive housing. The first 2 topics are very important, especially this year. I saw the cover for Time saying that everybody wants to erase the year 2020 because it came with COVID-19, which placed a pressure across the board on everybody's lives. And low-income families were especially hit hard by COVID-19, and especially they are suffering heavily with housing problem. As you must have seen in my presentation, we understand that it's the low-income families that are hit the hardest because they've probably lost their jobs, they fall into arrears, they're evicted from the house, and they end up homeless. They are in the crisis of becoming homeless, and that's a projected crisis for us, and that's a big concern for us. And that's why we introduced this idea of emergency temporary housings, which is kind of like a small wall to protect these vulnerable people. Also, we are providing direct support for these vulnerable people by offering counseling opportunities, by lending our ears to them, and to actually link them with social resources so that we can at least prevent them from becoming homeless. And we also have the idea of supportive housing, which of course has a long history in the UK already. We adopted this idea about 5 years ago as pilot projects. And we supplied about 450 units of supportive housing so far. And there's a strong push for this initiative. But we do have challenges on this front as well. Shall we wrap it up here? Thank you very much. Now we have had introduction of the 4 presenters. Now let me introduce our 2 discussants today. Once I call out your name, could you kindly introduce yourself, what your job involves, so that we can move on to the discussion. First, we have Joost Neuenhausen from EFL, the European Federation for Living in the EU. So we have the discussant from EFL. Can you tell me what you do for EFL?
Good morning, everybody. My name is rightly pronounced Joost Nieuwenhuizen. I'm Managing Director of the European Federation for Living. And in the first place, I'm very pleased to be invited also at this conference, this digital conference in the role of discussant. I'd like to thank also the Housing and Planning Department of Seoul, and in particular also Mrs. Young Chung for hosting this International Social Housing Conference. I know him a few years now, and it's great also to work with him on a very long distance this time. As said, I am Managing Director of EFL, which is a European network organization focused on exchanging and sharing expertise in the global field of affordable, social and also public housing. And it is consistent currently with more than 70 members across Europe, and also one from California. It's comprised by social housing landlords, universities and academic institutions, also private companies and non-profit organizations. And as said, our main aim is exchanging, discussing all themes related to affordable housing. Different than Housing Europe, which is a national federation also based in Brussels. We are based in Amsterdam. We are not a policy organization, so we are not a lobbying organization towards the European institutions. And also some of our members also joining this meeting. One of them is also Clarion Housing, so happy to have them also around. But also Paris Habitat is also present. I think that's it for this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the second discussant, Lin-Ling Huang from Taiwan. She's a professor at the National Taiwan University. I'm a very close friend with hers, but we haven't been able to meet for a long time. Please, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Can you speak once again, please?
Can you speak once again, please? Yeah. Hi, I'm Lin Huang from National Taiwan University. I teach urban planning theory, but I also teach housing policy. And aside from my academic life, I also work with NGOs in Taipei for promoting housing rights of citizens. And in past 10 years, we have formed a movement called the Social Housing Movement, and it's aligned by many NGOs from housing rights as well as social welfare. And through years, we have successfully pushed the Taiwan government to start the new wave of social housing policy. And I also work with Taipei city government and other local government in the design and planning and also the policy aspect in past years. And I'm very happy to have this opportunity to be here to learn from the international experience and also to share the Taipei experience with you. And in last session, there was a presentation from Taipei City delivered by the Deputy Chief of the Bureau of Urban Development. Yeah, I think it have introduced the general policy in Taipei in certain depth. So I welcome, I look forward to discuss with you. Thank you.
Now, So we have the short introductions of the presenters and discussants, and now we would like to move on to the main part of the discussion. So we have two panelists, and they actually sent us the documents that provide very detailed information on the presentations. So, but however, if we hear the whole papers and also the responses from the different countries, then I think that it's too extensive and too time-consuming. So what I like to propose for today's discussion is that, unlike our schedule, maybe Mr. Just Nieuwenhuizen, you can ask the common questions to the four speakers, and each speaker can respond to the question. And after that, I will give the opportunity to Li-Ling so that the Li-Ling can raise and ask questions to all four speakers. So, and then the four speakers can respond to the question. Would it be okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
So, Mr. Just, is it okay?
That's okay, yeah. Do you hear me?
Then I would like to give the opportunity to Mr. Just to ask questions. And also we have people who are connected through the YouTube. You can also put your questions on the chatting window. And so if you put your questions in the chatting window, then we'll relay these questions to the speakers. So Mr. Just, please.
Yes, thank you very much again. As this session is also called Global Perspectives on Residential Services and Housing Welfare, I was also thinking, and maybe we have some time for it as well, for discussion, to think about, let's say, the effects of some global trends, and that's interesting, I think, also from more global future perspectives about trends and how they affect also housing services also in the future. So let's say beyond the crisis. Some trends I like to mention in this respect. Very important, of course, the climate crisis and the need for decarbonization of the built environment, but also ways also for housing providers to support their tenants in reducing their carbon footprint. The second one, the aging population, particularly also in the western part of the country. The economic situation, we are all aware about the current crisis caused by the COVID, but the economic crisis is still to come. So how can we also on a longer term pay for all these, let's say, social services needed? The digitization, making also the contact between landlord and also tenant very different. It's very fast going. Forms of co-housing, I think also very nicely addressed by the representative from New Zealand. And also the financing system. It's moving very, very quickly. So maybe at some point also our presenters have some time and to think about it and answer maybe also questions in this field. Now, particular to the first one, Clarion, I found it a very heartwarming and excellent example of a social housing association. I think even very much different as the country I come from, Netherlands. I know in general that also English and UK housing associations are very active in the social field. I think they have structured this very well in the UK, the largest one as well. And one of the things what was very apparent also, it's not only support for tenants or residents, poor residents, but also helping them to help themselves. I have also some questions about it. And one of them, and then I also look to other countries, at least in Europe, which have a social welfare state. If possible, if Clarion Futures with their system, Futures is also taking possibly also public responsibilities in the field of welfare provision, also out of the hands of the government, which is normally in, at least also in Netherlands, but also countries like Sweden or Germany, it's also the government who pays for that. And thinking about that, also the whole payment of the system, where is it paid from? Normally, social housing is what we call a business which is costing money. So you don't make profit on that. So that's one of the reasons also that Dutch housing associations are prohibited to do really, let's say, care services. They don't have the money for it. So where does it come from? I've read something about funding, European funding. I heard also something about it, but it's also interesting to know how that works. Now I have more questions, but maybe I start with these ones.
Thank you. All very good questions, I think. Some really big issues and questions we think about.
As for the questions that are related with the one country, you can ask all the questions, and then we can also hear responses all at once. So if you have any further questions regarding the UK case, then you can raise all the questions right now.
Okay. So I continue all my questions. Another question I had was the question if only tenants of Clarion can make use of the program, or is it also on a wider base on the, let's say, the neighborhood, which is probably also comprised by properties of other housing associations. And another question I had to do with how do you calculate the impact of £1 billion in 10 years? It's quite a money. And what's also the, let's say, the trade-off for Clarion? So they put money in it, but is there also a financial return? I can imagine maybe less rent arrears. And the last question I have for Clarion is Futures also working for third parties, so also maybe for other housing associations, or rented, maybe by local governments to provide their services? That's about Clarion. Now I continue with Austria. This is the idea, I think. It's a champion in social and affordable housing, I think.
Actually, I apologize. May I intervene? We will have answers from Matt and then move on to the next country. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, for me it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. They are all really good questions, and I'm hoping that means my presentation was relatively clear and informative. But it does, obviously, I think all the presentations were fantastic, but they also do bring up a number of questions. So it's really fantastic to have this forum for sharing that information. So I'll try and cover some of your questions, and then perhaps people can come in. First, probably worth saying, I tried to get over in my presentation, but Clarion Housing Group is a very big organization now. We have basically merged several times over the past few years. So we were really about 15 different smaller housing associations. We've come together as one, which is Clarion. So that means we have grown in scale, which means now we are the biggest housing association in the United Kingdom. We are a not-for-profit organization, though, so we do not have shareholders, but and we are not allowed to say we make a profit, but effectively we do make a profit, which we call a surplus. Our turnover is big now. It's about £800 million, so pounds sterling. It makes us a big organization, and our surplus or our profit is around about 60 to 70 to 80 million pounds a year, and that money goes straight back into Clarion. So there is no shareholders, doesn't get paid out to shareholders. It gets spent on basically our properties and our tenants and residents. So either we build more houses, or we maintain the houses that we have already, or we invest in things like Clarion Futures, which is the community investment arm which I work for. So I think the first thing to say is we have scale. So most housing associations in the UK don't have that. There are thousands of housing associations in the United Kingdom. Most of them, the vast majority, are very, very small. They may well have under 3,000 properties. Now we've got about 140,000 properties, so we are quite different. There are about 6 or 7 housing associations within touching distance of our scale, but the vast majority are very small. They work in particular neighborhoods. Most of them are great, but they have a very small focus, so they can focus on their neighborhood. Your question is a really interesting one about, do we somehow overlap or veer into what you would think is government or local authority, local government territory? I think it really depends on which point of view you look at it from. I would say possibly, but it's also worth saying, I think, that we are a not-for-profit organization. We brand ourselves as a business for social purpose. We have part of our business has over 100 years heritage. We part of us comes from an organization which was called the William Sutton Housing Association. Now, William Sutton was a Victorian philanthropist. He was a businessman in Victorian times, made a lot of money, and before he died, gave it all away to good causes, and most of it was put into housing. So building housing for poor people, essentially. And so that has always stayed. That strand of social purpose, trying to do the right thing for people, has always been part of our organization's DNA. And as the mergers have happened, that has been possibly the one constant all the way through, in that we do this because we believe in creating good neighborhoods. We want to give people good homes. We want to give them as many life opportunities as possible. So we are slightly Jekyll and Hyde. We can have a very commercial focus, but we have also a much more of a social focus than a lot of organizations. And again, in terms of scale, what happens is that we are also a big developer now. So we have that Jekyll and Hyde thing going on as well. We have Clarion Futures, which is the charitable foundation, but we also have a brand called Latimer, which is part of our housing group. We develop houses. We're building 4,000 homes a year, and some of those are for private sale. Some are for a model called shared ownership, which is part private. And so surplus or profit from those sales of properties feed back into Clarion, and again, feed Clarion Futures and help us maintain properties. So we have a kind of a cross-subsidy model. It is risky. We are reliant on our governance structure and our boards to maintain this approach. They don't have to do it. It's not something that's in legislation from government that we have to do this. The boards could all turn around tomorrow and say we're no longer invest in this way. But as I say, because it's in the DNA of our organization, it's very unlikely. So we feel relatively secure. The other thing I would say in terms of straying into government territory is that if we don't do it, who else will? Particularly in the UK, we've seen, we're in a crisis now, obviously on two fronts, economic and pandemic, but we've had many years of what was called austerity. So lots of cuts to government spending, central government in particular in retreat from public services, local government less and less able to have any investment opportunities to put more money into services. We're very centralized in the United Kingdom, but we're becoming more centralized in terms of government. And that means whatever government is in the day will have a massive effect on what happens at every level in terms and grassroots, and that applies to housing as well. So if the government decides that they're going to reduce public spending for whatever political reason, it does have a massive trickle-down effect. So I guess we see part of our role in we think of our tenants and our residents as our shareholders, I guess. They're our beneficiaries, they're our constituents. And if we have resources to invest to help them, maybe into work, or help young people with training, or to stay in education, or to give them opportunities they wouldn't naturally have, then that's what we will do. We'll try and invest in those people. In terms of the social impact, the £1 billion is a tricky figure. It's £100 million every year for 10 years. Now that's not £1 billion of real money. There's not £1 billion of cash lying around somewhere that we've raised. It is a social value figure. We use a calculator created from a collaborative, including HACT, H-A-C-T, who are an organization that put this together with experts, including people from the government's Treasury Department. and it uses a common calculator for all of our outputs and inputs of people into work, less crime, higher resident satisfaction, that sort of thing. And it plugs it into a calculator, which comes out with a figure which is monetized, essentially. And we use that because that's what most of the housing associations of any scale in the UK now use, because everyone was using completely different systems. So when people said they were having a social return on investment of 50 million, someone else, another housing association, which is a totally different calculator or way of doing it, they would come up with 3 million or 400 million. So this is a way of having some sort of common comparison. So that's where that comes from. I'm more than happy to share more details on that as we go on. And the other thing I'll just pick up on there is we are here primarily for our tenants and our residents, but we absolutely aren't exclusive to that. Particularly with me, my team, we're the communities team. We look at our neighbourhoods as a whole. So where we have a reasonable amount of properties in an area, we see that as a Clarion neighbourhood or a Clarion community, and then we will invest in that. We won't invest. We will not exclude people because they're not one of our tenants or they don't own one of our properties. We try and see the bigger picture, because people in their everyday lives they don't see themselves as a Clarion resident. A lot of them don't even know who their landlord is. They see themselves as they live in Westminster in London, or in Plymouth in Devon. They don't see themselves as a Clarion resident. They see themselves as a resident of that neighbourhood, and that's how we would approach that. I think that's probably a starter. I'm more than happy to take on the big questions as well, but perhaps we'll just pause for a minute.
Thank you very much. Of the questions posed by Used, one was very interesting, was about the funding.
So there are a question on the financing. You are engaged in providing various services for residents, and I understand that sometimes you get the funding from the European programs, and also sometimes, as you mentioned, the Clarion produce its own surpluses and reinvest these surpluses for the services for residents. But if you look at the total amount of the funds, what is the percentage between the profit and how much it represents as for the funds that are used for the services for residents? How much of them are from your own surplus or your own profit?
Yeah, good question. So currently, this is the current picture, has been for 2 or 3 years now, likely to be for the next 2 or 3 years. Our current budget for Clarion Futures, the charitable foundation, is around £15 million, so £50 million British sterling. £10 million roughly will come from Clarion itself, from the surplus or the profit, and about £5 million will come from elsewhere. So, and that can come from a variety of sources. That may well be, up until this year anyway, European funding. Used to know this well, but obviously we're going through a bit of a messy divorce from the European Union, so we're not going to have that European Union funding anymore. But that's been a big part of it. Some of it is central government money, so for maybe particular initiatives they're trying to address, that might be around tackling obesity or social isolation or perhaps youth violence. There will be central government pots of money that we will bid to. We also have a big lottery program, so a national lottery. And currently my team has £1 million a year coming in for youth program activities from our national lottery in the UK. And the rest of it will come from the hundreds and hundreds of trusts and foundations and charities that are in the UK that give out grants from anything from £5,000 to £50,000. So it's a very wide portfolio. My team spend a lot of time fundraising, and the strength of Clarion is that we can say, well, we want to address this issue. Let's say it's obesity. We will put in, for every pound we put in, if we can get a pound from the foundation or the lottery, it will double the impact. So we have some useful clarity in terms of the money we can bring in. But so the current balance, in answer to your question, is around 2/3 probably from Clarion, from core funding, and 1/3 from a variety of other sources.
Thank you. Yus, please continue with your questions.
Yes, thank you very much. I started with Vienna now, the second one. World champion. I mentioned, maybe in social housing, public housing, even more than Amsterdam. Also, Netherlands in general it's a very high share of social housing. More than 1/3 of the whole housing stock is social housing. Amsterdam even 60%, so very high percentages. Also for Vienna, I have also a question more related also to the financing, also a little bit looking to the future. What will, let's say, how stable will the system be in case also Austria will maybe also become in a financial crisis, needed maybe also austerity, and mentioned also by Matt. So there is a big impact also of public financing on public housing in general, and it's with all, let's say, that's part of the system, of course. Is there any ideas for the future? So how corona-proof maybe financially seen is the system? Another one is it's not so easy to find so many, let's say, weak aspects in the system. But I was also thinking and referring also to Amsterdam. I know that in Amsterdam, almost 1/3, maybe more, of all free coming homes in the social market are rented out to, say, refugees, migrants who don't have any history of residency. I heard from Vienna that you need at least to be 2 years having your primary residence in the city. So I was wondering how these migrant people or refugees with the status, with the resident status, can find a home. Are they also allowed to enter public homes in Vienna or not? And if not, where do they live? And also one of the services provided also in Netherlands, it's also integration of migrants. So there are a lot of projects also co-financed and co-organized also by social housing providers in the bigger cities particularly for integration. And I did not see that in your presentation, so it's interesting maybe also to see from that perspective how that works in your city. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start with the financial questions. The subsidies we receive are financed from the federal taxes and through the general income tax system. The funding of social housing construction in Austria is tied to a fixed portion of the income tax, called the Housing Promotion Contribution, and is regulated in the Housing Construction Promotion Act, which doesn't only promote the construction of new housing, but also through renovation. Thus, the buildings can be brought up to the latest technological standard and adapted to the current needs of the residences. The quota is regulated by federal law and amounts 0.5% of the gross pay of employees and respectively the gross income of the employees. On the basis of this tax, Vienna receives an annual amount of about 250 million euros for the housing construction purposes from the federal state. This tax is very well accepted from the society because a very large scale of the population benefits from it. In Vienna, for instance, more than 70% of the citizens have access to the subsidized housing sector. So the great majority of the population accepts this tax to a great extent. So that's to the financial part. Let's come to the question about corona-proof. The social housing system now celebrates its 100th year. So the social housing, subsidized housing, affordable housing is very well established in our society, and I don't see that that will change. What's important in the corona crisis is the fact that we do not only subsidize renovations and new projects, but also people who are in a social need. 100 million euros year by year approximately go into subject funding. Those 100 million are given to individuals who are unable to afford even subsidized rents. So the benefits of subsidies go to those that need support due to their income situation, but for the most part to limited profit construction associations or developers for new housing construction, as well as for refurbishing the older housing stock. The next question refers to refugees. Well, refugees have access to our housing market. The criteria for receiving an affordable apartment are very clear defined. You have to have a minimum age of 18. You must not earn more than the maximum monthly income, which is very, very high. The reason why it's so high is that we also want to provide the middle class with access to the affordable housing sector. So we get a social mix, not just all over Vienna, but also in every subsidized housing complex. And that's, I think, one of the main reasons why we do have such a livable environment in our apartment complexes, and why we do not have no areas, areas where people, very low income people, just live. We have so mix all over. Another criteria is that you have to be an Austrian citizen or come from a member state of the European Union, or you are a refugee with a valid residence permit in Austria, a refugee with a granted asylum. So if you have this granted asylum status, you also have access to our affordable housing apartments. And the last thing I'd like to mention is the immigration question. Vienna is the fastest growing city in the German-speaking triangle of Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. In the period between 2008 and 2018, the population increased of 217,550 people. We had a peak 2015 when approximately 43,000 took up residence in Vienna. In the last years, the number of new residents stabilized at about 20,000 per year. Forecasts suggest that this figure will continue over the next few years. Nowadays, already more than 50% of the Viennese population has a foreign background. So the very mixed Viennese society is quite used to integrate migrants. But nevertheless, it is always a challenge we try to foster by bringing new tenants in contact with the ancestral population, by bringing them together with their neighbors or by helping them to learn our language. So these are the main aspects we deal with in this context, and we have we have one partner on our side with 150 specialized people in this field who are helping them in this question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, looking at the time, we will really need to speed up, it seems. Moving on to Joost again. Can you continue with your questions?
I will do it also quicker now. New Zealand, very interesting presentation. And I have some questions. Can you explain how this socially based tenureship and splitting of land and the house actually works? Was a little bit surprised by the figures. The social mortgage, interesting idea. next to a financial loan, also social, cultural, and sustainable criteria for getting a mortgage. But which form of criteria are used for this mortgage? So how does it work in the practice for a bank, for example? How does the splitting of land and a house work? Is the land just owned by the Maori community and for new housing, or is it, so to say, free? This system, is it only for indigenous people, so people from the Maori background, or also on a larger scale, maybe in Auckland? And if well understood, a hapu, it's also new to me, everything, most of it, is a social corporate entity. Yeah, so it was very interesting because I started also to say, okay, maybe the deeper issue here of your presentation is also the importance of the cultural aspects of housing provision, and to finding also new ways to tackle also housing crisis you mentioned. So also this one was interesting. A little bit more information about maybe the hapu. How does it raise capital? You mentioned it's non-for-profit organization, but at the end also you need to build capital to realize and develop new homes. Is there any way maybe also a state guarantee about the system, or is it completely, let's say, developed for this minority? So I keep it to that.
Yeah, thank you. I think your remarks they sort of hit the nail on the head. You're talking about the importance of cultural aspects of housing provision and finding new ways to tackle the current problems. So lots of good questions there. I will try and answer them. The idea of socially based tenure and a social mortgage, really they've come from a PhD. He's just got his PhD, James Bergen, and he's been investigating these concepts. So it's fairly new to this idea of urban planning and housing, and a fairly new idea to me. So I will try and explain what they mean. So I think there's a bit of confusion there around the idea of socially based tenureship and the split land and house, because they really are two different things. So socially based tenure is a reflection of people's rights in land, property, being tied up in social relations, i.e. the relationship between person and property is explicitly bound up with interpersonal links, and your rights to that place are dependent on your membership of a social group. And then with individualized tenure, interpersonal links can be drawn on independently of land links, e.g. through sports clubs, religious groups, etc. And those links are largely voluntary. You can opt in or out. And in socially based tenure, the interpersonal and land or property links are closely intertwined. So when we think about traditional Maori communities, their use and rights to land or property stem from their membership of a social group. And the social or political group could be a hapu or an iwi. So the sort of the hierarchy is you have the iwi, which is the sort of political, the tribal group, and then you have the hapu, which is a subgroup, a group of families, and then you have the whānau, which is sort of your extended family. So the hapu is made up of a group of extended families, and then the iwi is made up of many different families and different layers, sub-layers. And I've actually got a diagram, which I've got here, which I don't know if you can see it here. But I think what I've just explained about these interpersonal links and the land links being intertwined in the idea of the socially based tenure is quite well explained in this diagram. and then the individualized way of tenure. So you could almost say that this is the European way, which has been imposed on New Zealand through colonisation, and then this idea of the socially based tenure, which is a more Maori collective communal way of dealing with things. And you asked about whether there's any formal criteria around the social mortgage, whether there's any financing available. Again, this is really a concept which James Bergen is trying to get out there and trying to integrate this idea of the social mortgage, socially based tenure, which really comes from Indigenous ways of thinking or the Maori worldview, and then broadening that out so other groups can use it. And what he's done is he's studied co-housing models and the papakainga, which is the other model that I talked about, and trying to get these ideas of socially based tenure, collective ownership into into the mainstream. And, this could be a way of trying to diversify the housing ecosystem in New Zealand. So some of the criteria that you could embed in a framework or some kind of social mortgage, if it was to become a formal agreement, you could have things which that land is not negotiable wealth, the very long term or the intergenerational is recognised. The rights are embedded in social relationships, and individual rights are subordinate to the rights of the group. I think I answered that one of, is it relevant just for Maori people, but could it be relevant for other people? It can apply across the board. The principles behind the social mortgage might be expressed in different ways for Maori and non-Maori, but the concept, principles could still apply regardless of those differences. That might just look different or be expressed differently. And the other question about the hapu, which is sort of the group of families, and the papakainga, the Maori housing development case that I introduced, that is from the Ngāti Whātua of Ōrākei. They are a hapu. And I've described them as a social corporate entity because they have gained a lot of their ancestral land back through tough, hard-won legal battles, protest over time, because generally the Maori lost all their land during colonisation. So the Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, they have a development and investment arm, and they own some of the best property in Auckland, and they've also managed to buy land in Auckland, which they are now developing. So they're kind of working as a social entity to support their own people. And that was the example of the papakainga, where they're developing housing for their own people and bringing their people back to their ancestral land. And then this corporate arm, raising capital, doing development as any normal private developer would be doing. So they're making profit, raising capital, and then feeding that back to improve the well-being of their people on their land. We see the intergenerational guardianship model here, and because they have such a well-founded investment arm, they were able to be the banker and the developer, because they had the capital, basically. And the development is not for profit in that the purchasers are only paying for the build costs. They're not paying for the land because that's owned collectively. They're only paying for the build costs. So the hapu were able to carry those costs because of that. Yeah, I think I've answered all the questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last, please give your questions to Korea. Joost?
Yes, yes, thank you very much again. Also, compliments to Seoul for the fact that you, in a very short time, I think, in a few months, you completely set up a new system also for COVID support. I heard later that it was even to start some part of it in 2021. But I have some questions. So I was wondering from which kind of housing people are evicted, and to share also the Dutch way. In Netherlands, a new regulation has been launched this year that people cannot be evicted by rent arrear because of the COVID. So if people losing their job or go back to a very low social welfare, they cannot be evicted. So this problem can maybe also be prevented by that. How do demand and supply match with regard to ETH housing? Is there what you expect now, an over demand? And what will happen for people whose demand cannot be met, so who don't get an ETH home? Is the presented service as counseling vulnerable people effective? So do people get new jobs or other homes? And the last one, are there specific requirements in Seoul for supportive housing living areas? So these areas where support is provided to individual people. Normally, you see also you need to take care of the living environment, so the services, safety, etc. So I was wondering if there are requirements for this type of living areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for applauding Korea's response to COVID-19. Thank you. And thank you for a lot of important questions. You asked about emergency temporary housing and the supply and demand. Due to COVID-19, a lot of people are facing a housing crisis, and a lot of people are facing a possibility of forced eviction from houses. Currently, it's difficult for us to have an accurate projection about the size of evictions. The housing market is divided into private and public. The public housing market, under the management of SH, shows that about 10 to 20 units have forced evictions. However, in the private housing sector, there are a larger number of forced evictions because in Seoul, there are 고시원s and underground one-room apartments and houses that are not suited for residential purposes. And these places have residents who are not happy with their residential circumstances and environments. And due to COVID-19, these vulnerable residents have been hit especially hard. And we believe that it will place additional pressures on these vulnerable people. If we think back to the IMF financial crisis, we have had that the number of evictions continue to rise gradually over many years. So we believe that it will also happen in the wake of COVID-19. We believe that there will be people who face the possibility of forced evictions and the number will rise. Unfortunately, in Korea, in emergency situations like COVID-19, we do not have any regulation to protect the tenants. Of course, the public sector provides these emergency housings during the winter time, and we have care centers for example, people who become homeless, people who become evicted. But there is no such regulation on the private housing sector. Therefore, the tenants only have to plead to the landlord for their generosity if they cannot pay their rent. In terms of emergency temporary housing and the supply and demand, at the moment, it's not fully matched because we have designed this as a project now, and currently we are coordinating between different government agencies to provide 5 to 10 housings per borough. There are 25 boroughs in Seoul, so each borough will provide about 10 units of emergency temporary housings. That's the supply side. As for the demand, we carried out research and we talked with experts on the site to understand the demand. So we looked at the demand on the private side, and we found that there are limited. So we found that the demand would be about 10 emergency temporary housings per borough. That's what we found out through interviews with experts. Of course, we cannot have a limitless supply of emergency temporary housings. Therefore, if the situation aggravates, then we could face a shortage in supply and skyrocketing demand. If that happens, we will have to leverage our rental housings. But this is, of course, a very delicate issue. Emergency temporary housing itself is a delicate issue because there are about 200,000 rental houses in Korea that are provided from the public sector, and you have to meet certain requirements to be residents of these public rental houses. If you are homeless, then you can get help from your borough's community service center so that you can actually get a house in one of these public rental houses. So we do have that system. And we provide aggressive counseling for people in housing crises. People who have, for example, been evicted 3 months. People who have fallen into arrears for more than 3 months. People who fall into arrears can actually repeat the cycle of falling into arrears, not paying for about 3 months, and then paying up after 3 months. But during COVID-19, that cycle broke, which basically means that people cannot pay the rent for many months to come. And we want to make sure that they can continue to live with a roof over their head, because once these people become homeless due to falling into arrears, they will place a big pressure on the country's economy and society. And so our priority is to invest resources to make sure that people do not become homeless because they cannot pay the rent. I'm short of breath because I'm talking so much. And moving on to supportive housing. Yes, there are application standards or criteria for supportive housing. Supportive housing leverages public houses. Therefore, to become a resident of supportive housing, you have to have a low income. Only low-income families can become beneficiaries of supportive housings. Therefore, if you want to live in supportive housing, your income has to be below a certain level. And another requirement in supportive housing is as follows. Unlike public rental housings, supportive housing also prioritizes people with psychological or physical disabilities. For example, people who need help in decision making because they cannot make decisions on their own. People who need help from the local community. People like them can become beneficiaries of supportive housing depending on whether they are capable of living on their own in supportive housing, or whether they are better serviced by certain specialized institutions. So we have to evaluate about whether people with disabilities need just a house or further help, further professional help. Korea has an aging population, and there are a lot of senior care centers in local communities. And the number is increasing because these senior citizens want to continue living in the neighborhood that they have continued to live, but sometimes there's a mismatch between the house that they want and the house that's provided to them. Also, from the children's point of view, the easier option is to send their parents to senior care homes. However, from the older people's perspective, they prefer to keep living in their neighborhood so that they can continue meeting their friends and so on. So that's the social mismatch there. Therefore, we provide supportive housing to the elderly population as well. But we first evaluate their needs to make sure the supportive housing can satisfy their needs adequately. Next, as for the living area near the supportive housing, I think this can be related to the NIMBY phenomenon. As you know, due to the nature of public housings, it always comes with a NIMBY phenomenon. The same happens in Korea. First of all, there are no any restrictions in terms of the living environment of the supportive housing or the area of supportive housing. Our policy is that we can build supportive housing in any area of Seoul. However, we have to make sure that the area can support the services for supportive housing. For instance, let's say there are people with psychological disabilities, then we want to make sure that a service caretaker or a service provider for these people can cover all of the supportive housings within her or his designated area. So we need to think about the coverage of the caretakers in zoning supportive housings and deciding where to locate supportive housings. So the tenants can be divided into elderly population and psychologically disabled people. These people would need more help in terms of the house. And so we locate the houses for these vulnerable people depending on the services that they require. Thank you. Moving on to our next discussant, Lilang. Thank you very much for your patience. And I'm sorry that we designate you as the second discussant. And now, please begin your questions.
Thanks to the earlier discussion, and so continue to what have been discussed in the Clarion Housing Group. I have a further question on the financial mechanism, because you mentioned that 50% of the clearance surplus it is come from the development. So do you anticipate there is financial challenge ahead due to the pandemic, COVID pandemic? And my second question is, since you mentioned about the social return, I'm very interested in this because currently in Taipei, in Taiwan, we are also discussing about how to set the rent level in Taipei, and it caused a huge debate. Because government wants to try to pursue the financial balance. But you mentioned about the social return, and earlier this year, I also did small research on the green accounting or green book. I don't know what you said. Does it relate to that and the whole legal ordinance background? I would like to know more about that. And should I continue my question to the other cases, or should I just let Matthew answer first?
So Matthew can answer the questions first, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your questions. As relevant as all of them, I think they're really good questions, and I can't promise to have all the answers. In terms of the finance situation, In terms of, for me, stepping back out of Clarion and looking at what's going on in the UK as a whole at the moment, it's very, very uncertain because clearly, like everyone else globally, we have the coronavirus pandemic. But we were also going through something which I alluded to earlier, which we really don't know what's going to happen in the next few days, but certainly in the next few years, because of Brexit and we're leaving the European Union. This has got massive question marks over what exactly is going to happen to the UK economy, particularly in the short term. I think there's an acceptance that in the long term, maybe the medium to long term, the impact will play out gradually, I would have thought. But in the short term, there are real anxieties about what's going to happen to our economy. And we just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I think literally probably maybe 2 people know what's going to happen in the next 2 days. So we'll see. So there's a lot of anxiety. And obviously with anxiety, people do get nervous about finance and how you're going to resource your programs. But I have to say that within Clarion, we are actually quite protected because we work on a system of 5-year budget plans. So we're kind of in about year 2 of the current 5-year round. So that £10 million I mentioned comes from our core costs from Clarion Housing Group. That's pretty much as guaranteed as you can get. So we know that's going to be fine. It's the other third, it's the other sort of 5 million or so, which we're a little bit more unsure of. But interestingly, there still is money around. There still is money around out there for people to bid to. Now, we will lose access to European Union funding, which is a massive blow to us. And let's remember, like half of the UK didn't want to leave the European Union, so it's quite a tough time for a lot of people here. But there are other sources of funding, so that we are pursuing other sources of funding, and the government have essentially said that whatever money we will be losing from the European Union in terms of access to sort of stuff we might spend money on in terms of social investment will be made available from central government. We don't know if that's actually definitely going to 100% be true or not, but that's the commitment that's been made. So from a Clarion point of view, I'm reasonably confident we're going to be okay. We, as a housing association, of course, we've been less vulnerable than other sectors within our economy because most of the money that comes in, in terms of income for Clarion, does actually come through rent. Now, most of the people in our properties live in socially rented properties, so they receive housing benefit from central government. So in a way, that hasn't been affected, the housing benefit from central government. So most of the income that we get has just carried on. So it's not like where if you're a 100% private landlord, people would not being able to pay their rent, they may have had to be moved out, maybe they've been evicted and that rental stream has been cut off. With us, that's just not the case. Now, the other section of the income that we're getting, which is important, is that from new development. So that's from the private sales, which then cross-subsidises. And interestingly, again, in the UK, the housing market in that way hasn't been too badly affected. We are still building. Everyone is still out there constructing new homes. There seems to be a reasonable amount of confidence that the property market will stay relatively stable. So again, that doesn't look too bad. And the other thing to say is because of our scale, we have borrowed a lot of money. We borrowed several £billion for our building programme. And that's mainly from the finance sector, the City of London. And again, those are within bonds that are over 25 to 30 years. So the risk is relatively well spread. So an overall answer to your question would be we are relatively comfortable with the situation now, even though there are so many wild factors around at the moment. In terms of the social value side of it, a lot of it is based on the Green Book and the Treasury. But in a way, it's something that I'm not sure I would 100% concentrate on in terms of the social value figure that we band around, because what it helps us in Clarion in terms of trying to articulate our social impact, which is notoriously difficult to do, isn't it? We all are doing this amazing work, and individually we will do stuff around trying to measure the impact of what it means for someone to be in a job or not be in a job, what it means for someone to be living in a warm home where they can afford to keep it warm, what it means for a child to stay in education until they're 18. And we do all these things in the various ways of measuring the impact and showing that. But there is no one common way of doing it. And it's very difficult for anyone to show the impact that you can compare with other similar agencies. And that's where the social value calculator comes in. That does enable that, and it is monetized, but it isn't real money. So there is a point that you get to where you can say it means this much, but perhaps it's not 100% foolproof. But what it does do, of course, is it enables, if my colleagues in the development team are going to meet a local government who want to build 2,000 new homes in their areas, they're looking for people to bid to build those homes, and we're part of that. We can get up and say, look what Clarion Futures are doing, look what Clarion are doing. Here's all the social value that we're reaping from this. This is what we're about. We are a business, but we're also a business for social purpose. It is starting to win us more bids for developments. It is giving us more of a profile. It does give us an advantage over like just private developers. It will give us that because it means that a local government will know that they're investing in properties, but they're also getting an added social dividend from it. So in a purely mercenary way, for Clarion, it's very important that we have this brand as being a business for social purpose, because it does open doors that maybe wouldn't be opened otherwise. I hope that's answered your questions.
The next questions.
Okay. My question to the Vienna case is, before my question, I would like to say that last year, when I led a team from Taiwan to visit Seoul City, it happened that I visited the Architectural Museum in Seoul, and the first exhibition was on the social housing provided by Vienna city government. So it's about the Dauphin experience. So that was amazing. And okay, my question to the Vienna case is, in the future, since the approach is still carry on and to increase the quantity of the public housing supply, so how do you secure the land supply in this mechanism? This is my first question. And my second question moved to the entity you mentioned in your presentation, the Vaughan partner. It seems to be a NGO or for providing a housing service to the tenant. And I would like to learn more about that. Thank you.
Okay. I had also the pleasure to see the exhibition in Seoul City, and I must say it was the best exhibition we have had ever about social housing in Vienna I've ever seen. It was amazing what Seoul City and SH Housing did in here. It was really remarkable. So great that you also really to see that. Coming to the phase in affordable and social housing is to get the land to build up buildings which people can afford, because as a matter of fact, land prices increased in Vienna as everywhere else in the world, and that's a huge price impact, which makes it really hard to build up affordable home. But matter of fact, and in matter of the land it was established in 1984, and it has to provide land for state subsidized housing construction to supervise the restoration of old housing buildings. And at the moment, Wohnen from Wien holds land reserve to the extent of approximately 2.8 million square meters. And because of its land reserves and the long-term planning horizon, Wohnen from Wien is still able to buy agricultural or brownfield land on good terms, despite the increasing price of land. So that's a main point in the housing policy of the city of Vienna. And Wohnpartner is a department of Wohnservice Wien, which provide tenant services such as tenants or rent checks, and checks of maintenance costs or renovation costs. And Wohn Service is also responsible for helping people who are interested in a subsidized or municipal apartment. They check the requirements of the applicant and help to find financial solutions that fits best for them. In the municipal housing complexes, where about 500,000 people live, so that's a quarter of the Viennese population. Ulaanbaatar intervenes in neighborhood conflicts and fosters programs that help to bring people together. Ulaanbaatar is an enabler who helps tenants in their engagement of neighborhood activities. These are often very simple things, like the installation of a water pipe for gardening projects, for instance. But Ulaanbaatar also runs several community centers where tenants can meet each other, play, or work with each other. So it's the main Ulaanbaatar has to do.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Okay. My question to the New Zealand case is about scale at first, because let me start it this way. In Taiwan, after the social housing movement in recent years, NGOs started to push for to promote the co-housing movement. But the problem we face here is we don't have a very sounding legal structure. So I would like to know more about the situation in New Zealand. Will you have a legal framework to help to promote this approach? Because in the conclusion, Rachel, you mentioned about the a new concept of the community-focused housing has been recognized in the law. And I would like to know also about other mechanisms. This is the first. And second, my second question is about scales. Yeah, I think the cases you provide enable me to learn about the variety of the approach, including the inclusive social perspective and the culture inclusiveness. But how do you think about the scale issue? Are there cases in bigger scale rather than that? I don't know how do you see, can this be upgrade to upscale into a bigger project for this co-housing approach? Okay, these are two questions.
Really, really good questions. I mean, I would love to say that we have a legal framework and some kind of system for co-housing in New Zealand. Currently, there is no legal framework around that. And currently, there is no sort of positive government policy around co-housing. And cooperatives and alternative housing models. But there is some government funding aimed at developing and supporting more papakainga, which is the Maori development, that form, and Maori housing developments and outcomes, which is a good start. There are also Maori design principles which are being introduced at planning level, especially here in Auckland, for example, and they're beginning to grow in use. And you could say that papakainga are having a renaissance currently. Maori language is having a renaissance. And I'll just add that Maori is actually the second. There's two official languages in New Zealand, English and Maori. So Maori language is growing. And as iwi and hapu have land and growing capital, they are able to provide this type of housing for their people on their own terms. But we desperately need a nationwide strategy and framework, and there are tiny bubbles of investigation occurring from those who are engaged with these types of developments, and we hope to leverage off this and expand it. And Kaina Ora, which is basically the government arm of social housing, who do all the social housing, affordable housing in New Zealand, they are investigating co-housing at the moment and also investigating integrating papakāinga in their sort of social housing framework. So hopefully if you invite me back next year, I can be, a lot more positive about what's happening in New Zealand in terms of these types of frameworks. And and I'll also mention here that New Zealand in 2019, the government introduced the wellbeing budget. So this is a budget that's based on not only GDP, but you're also looking at wellbeing outcomes. And under this wellbeing budget, they've developed a living standards framework, which Treasury expects that all policy that is developed has to answer to these wellbeing outcomes. And I think that's really interesting because that is beginning to be introduced into urban regeneration projects in New Zealand. There's one of the most impoverished regions or areas in New Zealand, which is Eastern Porirua, and they are doing the first sort of urban regeneration project based on this living standards framework. It's in the very early days, but that's going to be really interesting to follow to see how these wellbeing outcomes, which they've applied to the framework, actually end up improving the wellbeing of the people there, and how that's integrated into the housing. So again, we have strong advocacy groups who are working to get a community-focused housing framework or definition defined as a form of development in its own right. So setting a benchmark for projects to meet that sets them up for success. So there's people advocating for this. And then, of course, we've got all the co-housing developments which are popping up around New Zealand, and definitely a growing interest in these co-housing and papakāinga developments. But at the moment, it's really a learning by doing. And, all these different developments are having to fight their own legal battles, their own planning battles, dealing with regulations, all that kind of thing. So really we need a standardized framework in New Zealand, but that is not in place yet. And also around financing. And, I described in my cases the barriers around financing in New Zealand and the way that the retail banks work. We need to address those issues. And one other thing which is interesting, we are having a massive overhaul of the building code, which will go into effect next year in 2021. This is the Building for Climate Change program. And what would be great with that Building for Climate Change and the change in the building code and the building regulations, that we could actually get in this framework for co-housing and setting some standards for co-housing within building regulations and the building code, so people have something to work towards. And then you can also look at the financial system, so they have something concrete to base their work on as well, and how they can adapt. So in terms of scale, I guess I would say that, we have these small co-housing developments, papakāinga, popping up around the country. That movement is definitely growing. And with the housing crisis we have now currently, it's growing exponentially. So things are definitely scaling up. But we also have another movement, which is the tiny house movement, because people don't want to have mortgages, so they're looking at tiny houses, and they're sort of incorporating or integrating tiny houses with the co-housing, co-living idea. And these are generally taking place outside in rural areas, not so much in urban areas. So there's a lot of interesting things happening where people are finding solutions to create their own housing. And hopefully we can get some kind of framework in place in New Zealand, as you are trying to do in Taiwan. Yeah.
Thank you. We were scheduled to end at 4:40, and I have passed the time that we have passed the time that was allowed for this session. So I really apologize to Lilang. Could you keep your questions to Korea within 20 seconds, please? You're on mute. Please turn on your mic.
Okay. My first question is for Seoul SHCC. Did you also give the rent break to residents who are living in the public housing due to the COVID-19 pandemic? And the second thing is about the surrounding area. Will the surrounding community have opposition or any opinion to the social housing or ETH when the location are decided? Okay, I finished.
Thank you very much. We did not lower the rent during COVID-19. Regarding NIMBY, it's really a universal phenomenon. And as for how we respond to NIMBY is that we don't disclose it too early, and we hear all the opinions and feedback so that we can form a social housing complex in the most satisfactory manner for all. Now, we said 100 minutes for this session, and it seemed to be too short, so maybe we could set each discussion session to last for about 2.5 hours, maybe. It was a very fascinating discussion. And now let me just make a concluding remark. Your pre-recorded presentations are uploaded on YouTube, and also the discussions will be uploaded on YouTube. So I hope that you watch all of these videos in order for us to explore the future direction for public housing. And during session 2, we had meaningful insights about what kind of a future we can visualize. Especially amidst COVID-19, we are facing various challenges and changes, and it was an opportunity for us to understand how each city has responded to COVID-19. And these responses should not stop at responding to COVID-19. We could also extend our responses to beyond COVID-19. Also, New Zealand emphasized climate response in particular. I believe that this is an area that we should all work toward harder for the future of the planet. And in this regard, I look forward to more intense discussions. I wish I had time to ask all of you to give a wrap-up remark, but maybe I cannot give you that time. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the participants for engaging in a dynamic discussion. Now we will have a short break, and we will resume session 3 after the break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the last session. The theme of the third session is practical cases of responding to climate change and environmental issues. We will discuss how each country and public housing policy is responding to the emerging challenge of climate change. Today, we have presenters from Denmark, Korea, and France for this session. First, I would like to ask the chair, Mr. Jong-gun Kim of SH, to lead the session. Hello. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to our viewers on Cheongsinho TV YouTube channel. And I would also like to thank our presenter from Denmark, France, as well as our discussant from Denmark for joining us here today. Hello, I am Ogunu. I am An Jang-hyun of SH. The topic for this session is climate change and environmental issues. Today, we have presenters from Denmark and Paris who have set examples in their climate change response. And also, we have speakers from Korea Land and Housing Corporation LH, as well as a presenter from SHCC, Seoul Housing and Communities Corporation. So I believe that this will be a very meaningful session for us all. We will not hear the presentations as they have been uploaded on YouTube. And if you need to jog your memory, then what we're going to do is I'm going to provide you a very brief summary of the presentations. And then I'm going to ask each presenter to introduce yourself and your affiliation. And also, I would like you to give us a summary of your presentation. And then I will ask the discussant to make comments about the presentations and also ask questions to the presenters. Then we can continue to exchange opinions among the presenters and the discussant. There were 4 presentations as part of this session. And there was an unfamiliar concept for Korea in one of the presentations, and that was circular economy, presented by Denmark and also Paris. For those of you who are watching us on Cheongsinho TV, you may not be familiar with what the term means, so let me briefly explain what circular economy refers to. Ellen MacArthur Foundation of the UK began the concept of circular economy, and the Netherlands has implemented the idea in its urban planning, and also a lot of European cities are using a circular economy as a concept to respond to climate change and to achieve net zero carbon. This basically means that the inflow and the outflow of resources should be managed in order to reduce the consumption of resources and to reduce the output of any wastes. So this is really to reinforce the metabolism of the city. And this concept has been applied to a lot of different cities. And so that's why we have this idea of circular cities that we see across the world. I heard all the presentations myself. The first presentation by Copenhagen. Now, this city is one of the very first cities to achieve carbon neutrality. And it has a target to achieve carbon neutrality in the near future. And they introduced the roadmap for the future.
And also the existing stocks represent more than 70% of the total buildings, and especially in terms of the circular economy. You also talked about a lot of projects that you engaged in. Also, you emphasized the importance of governance. So I was very impressed by that presentation.
And my presenter sitting on my left from LH presented on the Green New Deal policy announced by the Korean government recently. So he gave an overview of the Korean New Deal and what LH is doing for green remodeling based on some real life projects. And we have announced a plan to achieve carbon neutrality in the near future as well. And next, we had a presentation from Paris Habitat, who talked about ecological transition, which is a hot topic around the world these days. Especially, one of the most impressive points was was in relation to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the projects that are carried out in relation to these goals. Climate response is one of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, achieving post-carbon city and connecting this with the idea of urban regeneration. So I could see a lot of impressive accomplishments on the Paris side. And near the conclusion, the green remodeling project at the end of the presentation was also very impressive and also easy to understand. And circular economy by Madoichi and various programs, platform models have been introduced. And it provided a great learning for our corporation, and I'm sure that we can benchmark a lot of your projects. Last but not least, we had a presenter from our host, Seoul Housing and Communities Corporation, or SHCC. This is a housing corporation representing Seoul, and his presentation focused on the response to fine dust issues, which is a big problem in Seoul. Recently, smart technologies and green technologies have been converged in our fight against the fine dust. I would like to thank the 4 speakers once again for preparing great presentations under the theme. So on behalf of the organizer, I would like to thank all speakers. And I would like to ask Einstein Leonardson to begin by introducing yourself briefly, as well as the organization that you work for. And also, could you kindly summarize the core points of your presentation, please?
But Mr. Leonardson left, so we will first hear from the Bernard Brett.
Yes, I hope that you hear me. Okay, it seems to be. Annyeonghaseyo, first of all, thanks a lot for giving to Paris Habitat the opportunity to participate to this very useful, fruitful, inspiring conference. My name is Bertrand Brett, and I am the head of the International Affairs Department of Paris Habitat. So my colleague, my 3 colleagues in their presentations was focused first of all in a brief presentation of our climate strategy, and then to shows 2 practical projects we put forward. One word about the climate plan we adopt, which of course is a part of the Paris
climate plan adopted by the City Hall in 1918. The main target is to get Paris become a low carbon, neutral carbon city by 2050, and to reduce its consumption energy of 45% by the same year. We include our real estate in a post-carbon city, and we do also promote a low carbon program, and with the different goals which are very precise. The first one is to reduce consumption by 35% with bioclimatic design and action of commissioning. Second, to reduce carbon footprint by 40% by developing thermal renovation, and also by giving a second life to the building as an alternative to the demolition. And of course, it means to increase our renewable energy. But our climate plan doesn't allow concern the policy of energy consumption. It's also a way to encourage water management and biodiversity, and by the same way to promote a kind of ecological transition by used bio-sourced and bio-based materials, wood, hemp, for example, but also cork, wooden wool for thermal insulation. Regarding the two projects presented by my colleague, one is more dedicated to the retrofit, to the reuse of the heat produced by the tube, the underground public transport. And we work hand in hand with the Paris Public Transport Company to reuse the heat produced in one of the railway stations and to put it in, to use it in one of our buildings in addition with the city heat system. It's very innovative, very performant, and which is also very important, very cheap for our tenants, because it is also one of the aim of such an innovation. It's to reduce the financial part of consumption paid by our tenants. And the second project is dedicated to the reuse of materials that we found when we refurbish old building. And we thought was to say that it's before we put them off, and now we try to find how to reuse these seat materials and these former materials in new functions. And she gives a lot of examples of reusing these kind of materials. Well, here we are.
Next. Now, in relation to Paris, we saw on the press about how you are creating farming sites on the rooftop and turning your city green. And that was very impressive to see. And next, I would like to ask Mr. Leonardsen of Denmark to introduce yourself. Are you here? Are you connected?
Hello and good afternoon in Korea. It's early morning in Europe. My name is Øystein Leonardsen and I work in the Municipality of Copenhagen in the Department of Integrated Urban Renewal. The situation in Copenhagen is that we have adopted an ambitious climate neutrality plan back in 2012, aiming for neutrality in 2025. We have divided that into 3 roadmaps, and we are in our final stage of the 3rd roadmap. We have come a long way, especially when it comes to converting fossil-based energy production, transforming it from coal and oil into especially wind energy, but also biomass and incineration of waste. That has brought us quite far and close to the goal, but we are not near. But we will not be able to meet the goal unless we also look at how the consumption of energy is, and especially engaging the citizens in this transformation. Therefore, we have made a cross-sector initiative called Climate Task Force, where we now are trying to engage ordinary citizens in transforming, being part of the green transition. When it comes to the more vulnerable areas, the more disadvantaged areas, there's also a social issue. So we are also focusing on having what we call a just and fair green transition. That investments should not only benefit the climate targets, but also benefit people's social living standards. Those are the 2 main issues that we are facing right now, and a part of it, as you mentioned in your beginning, is also to reduce the climate footprint or the ecological footprint by introducing circular economy. That we cannot keep on explore virgin materials from the nature. That's not sustainable. So those are some of the initiatives, and together with Peter, who is with us today, a couple of years ago, we made a transformation in in a neighborhood in the south of Copenhagen, where we made the Energy Forum South Harbor and the Circular Economy Hub South Harbor. That was an example how to engage communities, and since then we are now in the progress of taking this thinking, these models, into other parts of the city. So I think this is also an example of how international communities like Climate Kick, like your conference, actually can make a very local and very concrete imprint on everyday people's life. Thank you.
Thank you. The example of Copenhagen was widely introduced in Korea as well. And we learn a lot by actually visiting Copenhagen as well. I look forward to future exchanges of ideas as well. Next, I would like to introduce our Korean speaker from LH, Chang-hyun An. Shall I begin? Yes, please. Hello, I am An Chang-hyun of LH, or Korea Land and Housing Corporation. LH has a capital of 184 trillion Korean won, and as of June this year, we have 9,600 members in the corporation. So we are the largest rental housing developing entity, and we are responsible for developing the apartments in Korea, public apartments in Korea. My presentation was focused on the Korean New Deal policy, especially with focus on green remodeling. I introduced our pilot complexes for green remodeling. To summarize the Korean New Deal, it can be understood as follows. We have the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal, and also we have another pillar of reinforcing the safety net. The objective is as follows. Until now, we've been a fast follower. We hope to be the first mover. And also, we want to become a low-carbon economy instead of a carbon-led economy. And also, we want to move from into an equal society and an equal community for all. The project will invest 160 trillion Korean won until 2025 in order to create 1.9 million new jobs. By 2030, we hope to become carbon neutral. Therefore, by 2025, we hope to use the 160 trillion Korean won budget in order to create the foundation for our low carbon economy of the future. In our Green New Deal, one of the aspects is green remodeling, which is to renovate more than 15-year, old public rental housings that are more than 15 years old, so that we can actually renovate them into more livable and pleasant houses. 4-story building with about 12 households was remodeled as a pilot project in order to increase energy efficiency. So that was one pilot complex or one pilot housing complex that I introduced. Thank you. Korea Land Housing Corporation, or LH, is a national corporation for carrying out national housing policies. Next, we have our last presenter from Seoul Housing and Communities Corporation, or SHCC, which is responsible for Seoul's housing policies. Mr. Ogunu, please. Hello. I am Ogun-woo at SHCC. As has been introduced, SHCC is responsible for providing, supplying, and managing public houses in Seoul. It was established in the 1980s, and currently it manages about 200,000 units of public houses. It's specialized for urban regeneration and urban planning of Seoul. Today, in my presentation, I address the issue of fine dust, which falls in the large context of climate change. This is a really urgent and severe problem felt by the citizens of South Korea. And SH is working on various measures to reduce the level of fine dust. Especially since President Kim Se-young took office, we have been taking this more seriously. In May 2018, for the first time as a corporation, we announced a plan to reduce fine dust, and we established a task force responsible for reducing fine dust. And in my presentation, I shared some of the projects that we carried out to reduce fine dust. I presented about the current status as well as an overview of fine dust in Korea and some of our policies, including physical policies, chemical policies, as well as biological policies. And also I introduced some real-life examples of these policies. I cannot go into details at this point, but just to summarize, the biggest policy is to actually prevent any generation of fine dust fundamentally. And our second measure is to reduce the fine dust near the source where it has been generated. And number 3, we hope to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we'd like to prioritize biological measures together with chemical and physical measures. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a brief introduction of the presenters as well as their presentations. I'm sure it was a great help to our audience watching this on Cheongsinho TV YouTube channel. In Korea, during winter time, we have a high level of fine dust. Currently, we are wearing the mask because of COVID-19. And even before COVID-19, we were used to wearing a facial mask during the winter because of the fine dust issue. Now, let us start the discussion for session 3. I have not introduced myself. I am the chair of session 3. I am Kim Jong-kun, head of Fine Dust Task Force at SHCC. We have one discussant for this session from Denmark, from Embassy of Denmark in Korea. We have Mr. Peter Norman Vangsbo, who is joining.
It's a pleasure to meeting you, everybody. My name is Peter Norman Vangsbo. Besides being an air pollution specialist, I'm also having the privilege to be both working together with Paris Municipality and Copenhagen Municipality. I'm currently located here in Korea, in Seoul, where I'm heading the Danish Innovation Center at the Danish Embassy. What of the target we are dealing with is trying to promote new demonstration projects in cities, try to work specific on practical cases where we can demonstrate new technologies, working specific on energy retrofitting, on circular economy, and sensor technologies to measure air pollution. So let me start the discussion from Øystein from the city I originally come from, Copenhagen. As Øystein is mentioned, Copenhagen Municipality are planning to be the first capital in the world to be CO2 neutral in 2025. It's a very ambitious target. It's also a very challenging target. It's only 5 years away. I know Copenhagen Municipality are facing very difficult measures to reach that target. So you, Øystein, please allow me to ask you, how do you measure your CO2 reduction potential when you're doing energy retrofitting in South Harbor?
Well, we have a common agreement with the utility companies. So one of the sort of the more nitty-gritty is to achieve an agreement with the utility companies on providing data. A data-driven change, I think, is essential. So we had made a first agreement with the two main utility companies, the one that's providing district heating, and the electricity utility company, on creating a baseline for South Harbor. We are now taking this method into the city and spreading it in new neighborhoods. And making a baseline makes it possible to also measure change. We have also experimented with more detailed sensors in apartment blocks. There is quite a difference between the knowledge you get from the central system, and then you get what you get from a more distributed system.
Øystein, I know you well. I know that you have Viking blood in your veins. You hunt where the gold is. So when you're doing your work, do you prioritize the refurbishment initiative according to return of investment, or do Copenhagen Municipality prioritize the low-hanging fruits according to capture as much as CO2 reduction as possible?
Well, I don't see that there necessarily needs to be any conflict between the two. I think we to a certain extent we have picked most of the low-hanging fruits, and that we are now challenged with the very difficult and more complex issues. Apart from housing, also mobility is a huge energy consumption and a CO2 emitter. So what we are now looking into is also how can we provide electrical infrastructure, changing from petrol-based cars and vehicles into electric is not only a matter of people buying different vehicles, but also that there is an infrastructure for loading the new vehicles. So I think that's one of the things where we actually also need very much the citizens' engagement, because central petrol stations large companies can make, but if we have to have distributed electrical supply for cars, it will often mean that it is more individual or small owners that shall put it up. So that's what it makes it more complex. It's not easy, but it's easier to make a deal with Shell or with British Petrol than it is to make an agreement with. We have currently, I think, more than 7,500 different individual apartment associations in the city. So you have to make individual agreement with that. So I think that's one of the challenges. Yeah, I think I'll stop there.
But I also know you have your heart in the right place. Perhaps you are soft cycling. And when you're working in the poorest neighborhood in Copenhagen, I understand that the municipality are also enforcing you to improve quality of life, create job creation locally. Can you try to elaborate a little bit on how you have been improving life quality and engaging the local community and increased local jobs for marginalized people in South Harbour?
Yeah. When it comes to retrofitting and energy consumption, indoor climate is and thereby also livability is strongly connected. One of the big mistakes that were made in the late 70s and the beginning of the 80s was to insulate, but without thinking of the local environmental consequences in the houses. So we had mold, we had drought, we had also often more dark living rooms. When you insulate, the windows will be smaller, meaning there will be less daylight in the apartment. So we have tried over the years also to look more into what is the living conditions inside the flat, not only on the energy consumption itself. And it also shows that if we have a combination of having these more technical energy transformations or retrofitting, and also engaging those who actually live in the or work in the buildings, we can have a far more impact on both energy use and also on climate impact and on people's spending. That we lower the costs. Which energy cost can for high-paid people be pretty marginal, but for marginal people, energy cost can be an issue. And we have in South Harbour, you and I, we made the hackathon or the challenge of giving local entrepreneurs the challenge to say, now we are in the process of changing this community. How can this be accompanied by local businesses as well? And we had over a period of half a year, we had 10 competitors looking into different possible innovations on a combination of reduced energy, reduction of energy use, more circular economy, and with a social benefit. One of the finest examples of that ended up being an urban farm, where instead of transporting greeneries around the globe, that could be locally produced. And some of the functions in such a local farm is an opportunity for more vulnerable citizens that maybe not can take a job like the ones we have here.
Yeah, I can simply not wait until we have a vaccine for COVID-19, and I can start arranging a tour for Seoul housing, both to Paris and to Copenhagen, and to show the unique demonstration site that you have been working with. It's absolutely fantastic what you have been doing, engaging communities, engaging researchers, and engaging the private sector. In Copenhagen Municipality, we call you the king of South Harbor. So imagine if you would be the mayor for the day. One day you will wake up, you will be the mayor of the day, just for one day. What would you do, and what would your kind of recommendation for Seoul housing be?
Well,
as the mayor of Copenhagen?
As the mayor of Copenhagen, well, actually, I think our mayor does an amazing job, and we are retrofitting both in the private and the public sector like never before. One of the effects of the COVID-19 is that both the local authorities and the government is really pouring resources into energy retrofitting. What I think, if I should put more into that, would be to enforce more cross-silo cooperations. It is still very much a silo thinking that we are not both locally but also centrally cross-sectoral make cross-sectoral cooperations. Too many small boxes that needs to be fitted together. So I would say that would probably be my recommendation.
Great, thank you so much, Øystein. Pleasure to be speaking with you again, and it actually lead to a very nice connection to the second presentation of Jan Hyun An from Seoul Housing. It's in June, the Korean government announced the Korean New Deal, one of the largest globally green and digital investment package. It's amazing to see how, I really look forward to see how it will transition here in Korea. There is a focus on energy retrofitting of public building, and specific on schools. They are aiming to energy retrofit 3,000 schools across Korea towards 2025. The presentation is highlighting this issue of energy retrofitting. But in order for get it running, and in order for us learning from Øystein's recommendation, we do need to knowledge share more. So Seoul Housing, how do you knowledge share with other housing corporations and cities in Korea? I know you are one of the largest. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not Seoul Housing. I'm talking about Korean Land and Housing Corporation. So the second presentation, the demonstration project of green remodeling business. My mistake, sorry. So Korean Land and Housing Corporation, how are you trying to share your knowledge with other cities and housing associations to scale out accordingly to the Korean New Deal? Did you understand my question?
Thank you very much for your question. About this time last year, I stayed in Copenhagen with my wife for a week, and I'm very happy to address you. I remember Tivoli Garden and your museums. It was a very impressive city. First of all, thank you for your questions. This year, we have this vision of transitioning from fast follower to first mover under the Korean New Deal. This is year one for Korean New Deal. In 2022 and 2023, we will have turning points, and by 2025, we hope to achieve our targets. And we do have the retrofitting projects for schools, etc. We have about 3,000 public facilities, which we have planned for green remodeling. Also, we have a plan to retrofit about 220,000 public rental housings using green remodeling. Also, we hope to create more than 240,000 jobs. To do that, we have to make sure that our policies become successful. And once our policies become somewhat successful, we will explore opportunities to cooperate and exchange ideas with other cities. And we actually do have a global project with Vietnam and Kuwait and countries around the world with which we are cooperating. So we do hope to expand these global projects so that the Korean New Deal can expand globally and can save energy and help us move toward low carbon economy. So I will be very happy to work with other cities and countries.
Great. I'm really happy that the Korean Land and Housing Corporation are having that interest, and you are in a very fantastic situation. In this forum, we have two of the first mover economies in Denmark, with cities specific, Paris and Copenhagen. And I definitely believe that triangle, Paris, Copenhagen, and Korean cities, would actually be a very fast engine to test new demonstration, test new innovation projects around green remodeling. And I think one of the aims that I have seen in Paris and in Copenhagen is the whole concept of creating living labs, where researchers and public sectors, the private sectors, are all working, testing and validating all these new technologies. Is that a concept of creating testbed, living lab, practical cases, open source data where people and researchers can co-develop, co-learn and facilitate the smarter city? Is that something you would? Is that something you are engaged in already?
LH, as I said earlier, knows that we cannot do green modeling all by ourselves because it's such a big project. So in October this year, Green Remodeling Consultative Body was established. This includes public organizations, members from the academy, and many other entities so that we can discuss together how we can implement green modeling and how we can actually make it successful and effective. So we continue to do research and discuss on this topic so that we can make our green modeling successful. So that's why the consultative body was established. It brings together KDI, the University of Policy from the Academy, and also we have Korean Architects Association, and also we have Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency, and we have Korea Energy Technology Validation Agency. So it brings together a lot of these entities together so that we can work together on this front.
And I have to ask, now listening to Øystein's presentation about engagement of the civil society, how do you develop the projects with input from civil society, NGOs? Or is that something you do?
Yes. So we do engage the public sector, the academy, through consultative body. As for civic engagement, we are currently exploring how to bring about more civic engagement. What we can do is we can leverage social enterprises to bring in civic engagement. And another thing we can do is Korea has local governments. For example, Seoul Metropolitan Government, Gyeonggi Provincial Government, and then there are the municipal governments under provincial governments like Gyeonggi City, etc. And each municipal government can go ahead with their own green remodeling project. So LH and city governments sign agreements so that we can exchange opinions and ideas. And also we can provide training and know-how transfer. Just yesterday, Seongnam City of Gyeonggi-do Provincial Government signed an MOU with LH so that we will work together for green modeling so that our commitment can spread to the private sector as well. For example, we have a green remodeling center, and this center does not directly support the private sector in green remodeling, but rather we provide about 3% subsidy in the interest rates for the private sector. So we have these ways to incorporate the private sector so that they can work on saving the energy, and this benefit can be returned to our citizens. As such, engagement of the private sector is one of our focus areas, and we provide these budgetary and other support for the private sector.
Great, thank you. And my last question to you: at your last slide, you are saying that you want to conquer the world with dreams. About dreams, besides a wish for 2021, besides having a vaccine for COVID-19, what do you hope that green remodeling for LH could facilitate? What is your big dream for 2021?
Yes, as I said earlier, this year is the beginning of our green remodeling initiative. We invested about 17.6 billion Korean won as a matching fund. So we have a 5-to-5 ratio between us and the government. So we invest 17.6 billion and the government also invests 17.6 billion. Next year, we will have a much larger budget, more than tenfold what we have this year, to push the green remodeling initiative. So this is only the beginning. Due to COVID-19, we are facing a difficult time, and we saw how a pandemic can shut down the economy. And I know that next year will also behold a lot of uncertainties for us. However, we remain hopeful. We continue to have this dream and commitment so that in 5 years' time, by 2025, we will be able to achieve our targets by investing 160 trillion Korean won and also hundreds of thousands of new jobs. The Paris Climate Change Agreement stipulates that 64.5 tons of greenhouse gases have to be reduced in the area of buildings. This is an enormous amount of reduction. However, I'm sure that this can happen with our commitment to reduce emissions in houses. starting from houses and moving on to bigger buildings as well. And that will allow us to achieve the target of carbon reduction under the Paris climate agreement. And Copenhagen, Paris, and Korea can work together and share knowledge in order for us to become closer to our dream. Thank you.
감사합니다. Thank you so much. Paris have shown the world how to do it. Political, architectural, urban planning. It's amazing. It's amazing to see what journey Paris Municipality have been doing the last many years. You've been through an ecological revolution and is one of the capital in Europe leading the way on circular economy, urban refurbishment, and many other sustainable pathways, as presented in your very good presentation. You're working in very elegant footprints of your Lord Mayor, Ana Hidalgo. She's a very influential voice in that transition of Paris. Can you perhaps elaborate a little bit about what role your Lord Mayor have played for Paris Habitat and the transition she have done, not just in Paris or across cities in France, but actually for the world as being a chairman of C40?
Yes, thanks a lot. Well, first of all, thanks for all these compliments, but I would like to share these compliments also with a lot of other cities which are like Paris, like Copenhagen, like Seoul, and so on, also that put forward the fight against the global warming. Just regarding the Paris policy, of course, I'm not really a spokesman of the Paris municipality, but I can try to make an effort and to be for once what I am not really. The involvement of the local government is first of all an old one, because it was in fact prepared in a way by the former mayor, Mr. Deladoué, and then it is true that Mrs. Anne Hidalgo, put her feet on the speed about this matter. Here is what is a kind of Bible about the Climate Action Plan. This is the Paris Climate Action Plan, who has been adopted in May 2018. You can easily find it in Google if you just put Paris Climate Action Plan, and you will find the English version easily. The main idea is to make Paris greener and to make Paris resilient and inclusive, a carbon neutral and 100 renewable energy city by 2050. All these items are as important, each one as each other's, because they are gathering what is a sustainable development policy, which is not only an issue of energy consumption or low carbon policy, but that includes also all that is a sort of jobs, of good quality of life, of improvement in the living environment, in the good quality of production of buildings, and so on. So just to give you some concrete targets, by 2050, to make Paris a zero local greenhouse gas emission, to reduce 80% of the Paris carbon footprint, to get Paris 100% renewable energies, and to reduce the energy consumption by 15% through all the territory. Here are the main goals and for 2050, and there is how to say a stopover done in which is planned for 2030, and just to see where are the results in reaching these goals, and after to, of course, adapt the climate plan according to the result that we will be in 2030. So the Paris local municipality decided to get also a climate contract, a climate plan contract with the private partners, with the private company and with the public one, and we sign this contract with the local government, and it's a win-win contract because in one hand, Public Habitat tells that he is getting involved in this to help the local authority to reach these goals, and in counterpart, we will receive subsidies from the local authority to realize all our activities and to adapt all our activities in matter of reaching the goals. And it's very significant because without these financial subsidies, it will not be possible to reach these goals because it's more expensive. We have to be clear. And there is a financial balance which helps us a lot.
Great, Bertrand. Thank you so much. And it's leading to my next question, because the finance is the engine behind making this transition. And what is not completely well written in your excellent climate strategy is the way that you are using the sustainable development goals. In your presentation, it's very clear. And I guess that it's because there is a kind of a connection to the financial aspects, the business models, when using the SDGs. Can you give a few words on how you're using the SDG framework in your concrete work, in your demonstration projects on a strategic level? Because SDG is not something which are really being adopted out here in Korea.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sustainable goals development, it's a wall. It's a wall. So that's the reason why we try to work with in our two legs. The first leg is more dedicated in the operational point of view. I mean, reduce the energy consumption, to develop new materials, the use of new biosourced materials, to develop the circular economy, and so on. On the other way, on the other legs, it's about the relation we have with our partners and with our tenants, to get our tenants more and more involved in this new way of concepting the city. I mean by that all what we do is always done with our tenants, and we make our tenants stakeholders, policymakers of this political strategy plan of to be a neutral carbon city by 2050. This is also our conception of our sustainable development goals.
And precisely that aspect of engaging the different sectors in the society, when you have new concrete projects, when you have new technologies, how do you go in and validate the business behind it, specific for energy retrofitting? Do you do some kind of a business model validation, or how do you estimate it?
Yes, we do have a business model evaluation, but to be honest, as usual, we are at the crossroads at this moment regarding the financement, the funding system, because in France, social housing is funded by public subsidies coming from the state or the local authorities, and also thanks to, of course, the revenues of the rent. And the third pillar is the loan at a very long term, between 40 to 60 years, that we get on a very low rate that we get from a financial state body, which name is Caisse des Dépôts. And the main issue is that there is less and less money in the pocket of the state. So we have to face with a great decrease of public subsidies from the state, which is, and this is very useful for us, balanced by the financial subsidies we receive from the cities, but it's not the truth for all the French cities. This is very specific to the Paris situation. So it means that now we have to be a kind of self-funding, to find a self-funding system. And for that, we knock to the door to the European Commission that can help us to provide subsidies from the Europe for promoting climate plan, for instance, but also to open the door, which is something completely new, more particularly for public social housing company in France, to, for instance, the financial green bond, the financial social impact bond. It means that we open the door, we try to work with private investors for a long-term investment, but in these two main points, social activities, social impact bond, and also green bond. And it becomes more and more necessary to work with them.
Very interesting. My last question, Bertram, is that Paris have been a front runner in creating these type of very practical demonstration projects. Perhaps you are familiar with the amazing program called Reinventing Paris, where 23 sites in Paris was redesigned, refigured, brownfield development site. I see this type of project could be very interesting to test here in Korea. Do you have any recommendations for Korea, how they can learn from your engagement of doing brownfield development?
Recommendation. Well, Reinventing Paris. There is a Reinventing Paris 1, which was more dedicated to promote innovative projects, I would like to say, outside the city. And there is also a Reinventing Paris 2, which is more dedicated to innovative projects concerning the underground space of Paris. For instance, car parks, which are no more used, or old tunnels. We have discovered like that a lot of old former tunnels, which are with no use. So how to transform the underground land, which is available, free of all use, and to make this land, this space, these areas useful for the cities. Reinventing Paris, it's not only an issue of architecture or urban planner. The idea was to create a concept which is innovative in different items. It could be management of the construction, the waste emitted, the material used, the energy consumption, of course, and also to create a kind of a new way of living. So Paris Habitat was not directly concerned. In a way it was, because we provide some part of land available, but the main idea was to promote the private sector, and the call for tenders was an international call for tenders. So a lot of private company, private architect, urban planner coming from all over the world were interested by this new call, and some of them are the winners of the 21 sites that you spoke about. But it was more dedicated for the private sector.
Very much enjoy bringing you here to Seoul to elaborate more about the good work that you have been doing, and especially also perhaps to elaborate further on reinventing city. I do believe that that's very unique and very impactful projects that you have been doing. Thank you so much for your questions. And now the last line of comment from my side, this time to Seoul Housing, to Ung-Woo, regarding measurement to reduce fine dust. As we all know, dust and air pollution is a major concern across Korea, and I do believe that energy retrofitting is one of the strongest instruments to reduce coal power production, energy production, and hereby reducing that, we can reduce emission from the coal-fired power plants. But in Korea, I don't see any report, any assessment addressing the externalities of this. Here, society are complaining about that they are sick, that they are not able to work as hard as they normally do because of air pollution. Have there been done any assessment on the positive and negative externalities, the associated impact from air pollution? Is positive, negative externalities an instrument used by Seoul Housing?
Thank you. Research and studies on air pollution are carried out by the Ministry of Environment and other research institutes to find out about externalities, especially in terms of impact from outside of Korea. As for ourselves, SHCC, we recognize that externalities are out of our control. So what we can do is, for Seoul Metropolitan Government and SHCC, to implement policies to reduce emissions in our urban construction and reconstruction projects. As you said, once we save energy through green remodeling, we can mitigate climate change, and also we can reduce fine dust. So that is an approach that we have in zero carbon and energy housing project. And also, we have concerns about reducing fine dust and reducing energy consumption through our projects. And one of the ways to do it is to reduce dust and fine dust produced in the construction sites of our public rental houses. And that is why we establish fine dust reduction policies that are in place currently.
And precisely the dust in the construction sector, is that something you perhaps can elaborate a little bit about? Both dust, but also greenhouse gas emission. Studies in Copenhagen have shown that the construction sector are contributing to around 6% of the all CO2 budget for the city. In Oslo and Stockholm, it's around 10 to 12%. CO2 emission only from the construction sector. Could you please elaborate further about if you are promoting electrification of construction machineries, or if you have schemes where you are trying to create dust-free construction sites? Is that something which are in place in in your sites?
Yes, thank you for the question. Seoul Metropolitan Government and SHCC did introduce a new program from this year where we prohibited the use of aged machinery in construction sites. But actually, on the part of SHCC, it was from 2017 that we prohibited any use of aged machinery in the construction sites of our own public houses. In the long term, we will have to also electrify these machines. At the moment, they use diesel or other oil sources, but now we will have to gradually electrify them. And we will have to, but we do have a long road ahead in terms of electrifying our trucks to, for example, electric vehicles. So in connection with our plan to become carbon neutral by 2025, we will also have to work toward transitioning our construction vehicles into electric or hydrogen-powered vehicles.
I just need to get that precise. Are you aiming for carbon neutrality in 2025, or was it 2050?
By 2050. By 2050, we have the target to achieve carbon neutrality, and this was announced by the Moon administration. So it's by 2050, not 2025.
Yes. Also, in the Korean Green Deal, there is a strong focus on accelerating the use of hydrogen cars and hydrogen machineries, construction machineries as well. I can see from around Europe, cities have been working a lot with green, circular, sustainable procurement. Is the procurement methodology to enforce sustainability as something that you are working with, putting criteria on how much waste which need to be recycled, the age of the construction machineries, the numbers of electrical vehicles? Are you using in your tender material, are you trying to enforce sustainability when you are calling for tenders?
Yes. We did prohibit aged construction machinery. By aged, what we mean is machinery older than 15 years old. So they are prohibited from being used. And also, we do have tender requirements where they are forbidden to use these aged machinery, and they are required to use eco-friendly machinery only. All of this is stipulated in the contracts. As for recycling, in Korea, actually, we do have a high recycling rate. The wastes from construction sites are recycled 80 to 90% already. And we hope to push this direction further so that, for example, soil and wastewater and all the other wastes generated from construction sites are fully recycled.
And just for us to understand the political framework for your development projects, the requirements for an environmental impact assessment, is that a strong political instrument for you to push a green agenda, or is the environmental impact assessment a kind of a permit to operate your construction? How do you use the EIA instrument as such when you are doing massive energy retrofitting projects or new construction?
In Korea, we have the law for environmental impact assessment, so that when you have a project above a certain scale, you're required to have an environmental impact assessment. And in the assessment, there are certain criteria set by the state in terms of air quality, water quality, noise, smell, etc. So you have to actually meet all of the criteria in order to proceed with the project. Also, waste, soil, and also greenhouse gas emissions and greenhouse gas absorption have to be assessed in order to assess the impact of the project on the environment. And also, you have to have countermeasures for all of these environmental impacts. And all of the results are discussed with the Ministry of Environment to actually minimize the environmental impact. This is part of the legislation. This is not just for getting grants for the project, but rather this is really supporting our transition toward green and carbon neutral country. Also, we have a climate change impact assessment as well, which measures greenhouse gas emissions as well as absorption in the project, so that we can actually assess the impact on climate change specifically, and that's the plan that we have for our future. Thank you very much for your questions, Peter. And this was a great opportunity to hear from experts on the site who have real-life experience on the site. So we actually overran our schedule quite a lot. We have to wrap up by 6:30. We have to wrap up the forum by 6:30, and we only have 10 minutes left. Regarding the environmental impact assessment, in Korea, it's not the local government spontaneously doing the assessment like in other cities, but rather in Korea, there's a law that mandates you to carry out environment impact assessment before getting the approval for the project. And once the project starts, you have to do the assessment once again. I wish we had more time, because I personally also have unanswered questions to Copenhagen and French speaker, but I only have 10 minutes left. And after watching 4 presentations, I identified 3 main questions that we can discuss. So I will ask Copenhagen, LH, and then Paris Habitat, and then SH, in that order. First of all, to Copenhagen.
Your goal is to achieve the carbon neutrality for the first time in the world by 2025, and its progresses are made well. And also recently, the heat wave is increasing in Korea. And what kind of weather extremities you experience due to global warming? You should unmute yourself, please. Can you please turn on your microphone? Please turn on your microphone. We cannot hear you. Since we have some technical problems, we would like to hear first from the Paris Habitat. So I would like to ask a few questions to Paris Habitat. So the Paris has a goal to achieve net zero by 2050, and a lot of efforts are now currently underway to achieve the target. And recently, you have engaged in various kind of projects, including the urban farm and also the vertical greenery projects. So can you please introduce some new projects that have not been pronounced yet? or that are not in the action plan? Again, we cannot hear you, sorry.
Yeah, will be better. Thanks a lot for the question. I hope that it will be easy to see for you. This is just to show you a map of Paris, and all the dark points are rooftop in which we could delivering green rooftop and transform them in green rooftop. It's merely, how to say, 460 hectares of flat roof in Paris that could be transformed in green area. Of course, we need for that the authorization. I mean that the agreement from the private owners of this building. Some of them belongs to Paris Habitat, so work too. And just to give you an example, that urban farming, green rooftop, is something which can be very concretely developed quickly, in a way, in Paris. We still have in Paris Habitat nearly 25 rooftops which are dedicated for urban farming. I remember last time, it was 1 year and a half ago, when I came to Seoul and to meet our friend of Seoul Housing. They show us a kind of green farm also, and a rooftop where kimchi on the roof, and kimchi done, and it was gardened by the tenants themselves. And so from this experience we view in Seoul, we tell us that we can do the same, and we have to do the same. That's very clever. Why not? And it's something which is very successful, not with kimchi, but with French potatoes, with strawberries, with apples, and so on. And it works very well. So it's not directly in our climate plan, but it is included in the same way, in the same strategy to produce, to make the city greener, and by the other way, to help our tenants to become their own producer of what they eat.
Can hear more examples from Paris, but in the interest of the time, I will have to move on. And also, there seems to be some connection issues. I ask for your kind understanding. Moving back to the speaker from Denmark, please. Let me repeat the question.
So can you respond to the question that I asked before?
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, shortly. We have mainly seen more rainfall, more stormwater, and we adopted a climate adaptation plan some years ago, turning the climate change into a positive benefit for greening the city. And the next thing will probably be combating raised sea level. We are currently planning for a completely new city, or a completely new development in the harbor as part of fencing the city towards the rise of sea levels. We also, to a certain degree, do see droughts and more heat during summer seasons. But until now, this has not have had such an impact on us as in many other countries. I think that was it.
Thank you. In Korea, we have a sustained heat wave, and it seems that in Europe, you have sustained rainfalls. I wish I could visit Copenhagen in the near future, and also I wish to meet you again in a different forum in the near future. Now the time is almost up. Our speakers from LH and SH, I will ask you to make your last comments before we wrap up this session. Yes. First of all, I'm very happy to be part of this public housing forum, and also, I hope that it was a valuable opportunity for us to exchange our thoughts about public housing in the context of environment in particular. And I hope that this is not just a one-off event. We can continue to monitor the progress and continue to have regular discussions and collect feedbacks based on our discussions. As I said, I really miss my memory in Copenhagen. And as you can see, the profile picture of my messenger shows my picture in Tivoli Garden, as well as another picture in Copenhagen. So my profile picture is still stopped at last year. Now I hope that our Korean New Deal will continue to develop with this meaningful start. And I hope that we will all work toward a safer and healthier planet. Next, our speaker from SH. Yes, it was good to see you, even though it was virtually. I really hope that COVID-19 will come to an end so that I can meet all of you face to face. A few days ago, 2050 carbon neutrality plan was announced, and Seoul Metropolitan City is the capital city of Seoul, and perhaps Seoul Metropolitan City can aim for a more aggressive target of maybe achieving carbon neutrality in 2040. So next year we will have the mayoral selection for Seoul, and I hope that the mayor will announce an ambitious goal so that we can, for example, have a stronger energy saving schemes and also carbon emissions cap system so that our country as well as Seoul Metropolitan City can actually speed up our carbon neutrality. Thank you very much. We're living in the era of COVID-19 where everything seems to have stopped for a while, and that is what made the themes today all the more meaningful. It was a meaningful forum, and I wish we had more time to discuss more, and I'm personally very sad that we have to conclude it here. The next time you visit Korea, or maybe the next time we visit Copenhagen or Paris, I do look forward to exchanging more thoughts and ideas face to face. Until that day, I hope that we will continue our networking and exchange of ideas. This is not the end yet because we have a final remark. This ends the third session. Thank you. Thank you very much for the participants of session 3. Now we are nearing the end of the 5th Public Housing Forum International. It was an opportunity for us to learn about the different examples of public housing in different countries and cities around the world, as well as to discuss for the way forward in terms of public housing. I would like to once again extend my gratitude to all the speakers, the discussants, and the chairs for being with us at this forum. And now I would like to ask Director of Division Chan Sung-hee of SH to make a final remark. And also he will introduce the host country for next year's 6th Public Housing Forum International. Hello, as I've been introduced, I'm Chan Sung-hee of SHCC. At the moment, I'm very excited. Personally, I'm very happy. Very excited. There are 2 reasons why. Number 1, we've had a successful forum this year, and we have had so many different ideas thrown around, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue in next year's forum. I would also like to give my words of gratitude to our chairs and our speakers, our discussants. Thank you so much for your passionate engagement. And it makes me very hopeful to see such passionate engagement and passionate participation of all the participants. So personally, I'm very happy to see this. In Europe, I know it's a very inconvenient hour of 5 a.m. or so, but still you joined us in real time at this very early hour. And still you are so passionate in your discussions. Thank you very much. And I believe that what we have in common is that we love our citizens. We want to make our city more livable, more pleasant. And that's what brought us all together despite the difficult situations. Also, I would like to thank everyone who helped organize this forum. We've been preparing for this event for about 2 months now. I would like to thank Myeong-dong Agency for preparing this excellent forum. Thank you so much for your work. There have been some technical glitches in the beginning. However, it's inevitable in this era. And also, I would like to thank Aryang Kim, our MC, for moderating this event with a beautiful voice. Thank you so much. And also, so we've had 3 sessions. During the first session, we talked about public housing supply models, and then resident service, and then climate change. These were big topics under which we had various discussions. To share my opinions on the forum, public housings are becoming more and more important against the needs of the era, and also we will need to continue developing public housings, especially against the backdrop of COVID-19, a possible economic crisis, and so on. During these challenges, we will face a greater need for more robust public housing system. As for the residents who are already living in rental housings, we will have to provide them with the right services so that they can continue to live in these houses. And also we will need to work for the cohesion among the residents and better resident services so that we can actually prevent the NIMBY phenomenon that we are all afraid of. And we can actually overcome the opposition toward public rental housing projects. I was so moved to see the great presentations, sharp questions, sharp answers. And I do agree with everybody else that we will have to see each other again so that we can track what we have achieved during that time and so that we can share our accomplishments we've made based on our discussions today. This should not be a one-off event, and it is not going to be a one-off event. This was one very important forum in the history of these forums, and now I would like to announce the next host country of the forum. It began with Asia Public Housing Forum, and we collected opinions from all the participating countries, and the final decision of the host country was reached. Now I would like to announce the next host country. Do you have any like a drum beat? No? No? Okay, congratulations to Paris Habitat. You are the next host. I am very thankful that Paris Habitat accepted this offer of being the next host, and I look forward to the great forum in Paris next year. This year, due to COVID-19, we could only see each other through the screen, but next year I sincerely hope that we will be able to meet face-to-face, and I hope that we'll be able to actually visit the sites in Paris so that we can see with our own eyes how Paris is responding to climate change. And also, Mr. Chang Hyun-an, I hope that you will be able to revisit Copenhagen because he loves Copenhagen, and that he will be able to check the climate responses in Copenhagen with his own eyes, and that and also he can meet with our speaker from Denmark in face-to-face, perhaps. We have Mr. Brett from Paris Habitat. So could you give me some comments about how you feel about being the next host country?
Well, first of all, it's a great, how do you say, 감사합니다 for accepting to our candidature. And of course, we do know that this is a very important forum. What I do believe, which is important too, it's to create the link, to create the bridge and professional good practices exchange between Asian social housing production and providers and European social housing providers. So that's the reason why we, thanks to you more particularly, and thanks to Seoul Housing, it's a great honor, really, and also a great pleasure for us, but it's a great honor for us to be the next host of this forum, and we are going to work with you and with all the distinguished speakers and attenders to succeed as well as you do it this next forum. But it's a great challenge because you organize it so well. So it will be very difficult for us to be at the same level. But we will try to do our best.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank our speakers from all the countries. And next year, I really hope that we won't be wearing the mask. And I will see you in Paris. Bye-bye.
Okay.